Hello and welcome back, everyone. We do appear to be live. Let's just double check on everything. How is everyone doing today? Yes, okay. We are live. Wait, why does it say offline? No, not like this. But actually, no, okay, it says it's streaming. Alright, perfect. Why does it say offline on the Twitch? Not like this. Okay, just kidding. It's fine now. How's everyone doing today? Doing good? We are playing as the British East India Company. Here's our market, just to kind of give an idea of how powerful we are, because it's a little bit difficult to, or it's easy to confuse it with how powerful Great Britain is. Our goal is to take over the power block from Great Britain. My understanding, and I haven't done this before, is all we have to do is have, we just need to have 15% more prestige than them, and we will take over. And I think we stopped being their subject, too. I'm not 100% sure of this. We've been catching up. We have half their prestige currently, and so we're well on our way to getting to this. Just a heads up, there are actually several Paradox creators. Thank you for the follow, Jackalol. There are several Paradox creators that are streaming a multiplayer game right now. Like Absolute Habibi and Ludi. So if you guys would prefer to watch them, they are live on Twitch right now. Just a heads up. There's the first loud car of the stream. We got our drink. It looks like water. It's not water. It's water with limeade mix. So, also, I was thinking about something, and I might have talked about it on stream, but it's starting to realize that, in particular, if you're investing in foreign countries or allowing foreign countries to invest in you, interventionism might actually be better. Or it's better specifically for the investment. It depends on what proportion of your buildings are invested buildings, right? But in particular, if you are actively investing in someone else's country, roughly 2/3 of the value of the building, or let's put it like this, if I build something in Persia, I'm on laissez-faire. So if I build an opium plantation in Persia, their local people, their local owners, like the manor owner in Fars, can buy that opium plantation. If they buy that plantation, I get an amount, commensurate to the buy cost. The buy cost is roughly 1/3 of the total construction cost. So if I build 10 opium plantations, and then they buy 10 opium plantations, I only get like 33% of that value. Car ASMR. It's loud out here. So this means that I'm just hemorrhaging value if they can buy my buildings. So if we are on interventionism, though, and we built 10 buildings, and we did not privatize them, then they couldn't buy anything, right? And so if you are going to be investing a lot, it's really a lot weaker with laissez-faire. Now, to be fair, there's also the other relationship where we build a building here, and we've been building tons of buildings here, and the home counties, right, now has ownership of our building, because they can buy our buildings because we're on laissez-faire. We would be hemorrhaging 25% of the value, right? If we were on interventionism, the government dividends, if we just did not allow them to buy our buildings. However, because we are on laissez-faire, they can buy our buildings, right? And when they buy our buildings, on laissez-faire with the loud car outside, when they buy our buildings, they only pay roughly 1/3 of the construction cost. So we're paying the full cost to construct, then they're buying our buildings. We're keeping the labor value, right? Because they're just buying the ownership share. So what it has to be the case is the amount of wages has to be 2/3 of the total excess value produced by the building, and in this place, it's less than 50%. It's like 44% or 45% or something, whatever this is, 9K over 19. So it's possible we actually should just be on interventionism as a subject, which is kind of interesting, just based off the relationship, because there's such a large discrepancy between the buy cost of a building and the construction cost of the building. Impeccable timing, just got home. Bam! The truth hurts. Burn the colonizers, true. True if big. Is Divergences updated? Next run we start on stream might have to be Divergences if it's updated. But I think we actually should have been on laissez-faire. The problem is you also have to reconcile the free money modifiers and also know how much of your economy is being... Well, currently, actually, on laissez-faire, a big portion of our economy is being built by our own private interests, and those private interests, you can't buy the buildings off of them. No, no, no. You can't buy the manor houses off of them. But I think that we should have started interventionism. Do you play multiplayer games? Not really. There is a multiplayer... I might be doing some with some content creators. I don't know if I'll make content out of it, though. But there is one ongoing right now. I know Ludi is hosting one. If you guys were interested, I think it's on Twitch. I know Absolute Habibi is playing. If you look at the Victoria 3 section on Twitch, you should be able to see quite a bit if you guys would rather watch either one of them. They are currently live. Just a heads up. So, I think we're going to be getting into it here. But yeah, I think we're going to bring back multiplayer, competitive, semi-competitive 3v3v3. But those I don't actually play. I just spectate as go beer. Do have a movement. That's a movement outside. But once you get a big enough ownership class that they actually can drain the pool and do 75% on laissez-faire, you probably don't care that the 25% that you're actively building could be purchased. But then it's actually the case that you probably want to actively build stuff you'd rather be purchased, which is just like feels completely backwards in terms of how you would do things. We are pretty low infamy, so we actually got to think about what we want to do. Had a bit of an interesting discussion. I was surprised at how many people were not fans of this, or thought that the malice that you get for the 25% chance when they don't accept, thought that wasn't like kind of a bit of a problem. I think what we're going to do is a bit of compromise. Is we're never going to save scum it if it's over, unless it's exactly 75% chance, and then if it's 75%, we will save scum it. The reason being is the 25% that they reject this, it's just like cataclysmic for you in terms of your other subjects relations. And if they, the 75% of the time, they completely don't mind at all, and I think it should be more mixed, where it's not as cataclysmic if they refuse, or you can choose to not go to war if they refuse, which you can't do now, or, and also, it's bad for you when, even if they accept, which currently it's not. We have some more interests. Did we finish a bunch of boats? I guess we finished some boats. I think we want... France can force us into their revolutions, but, or sorry, UK can force us into their revs, but I think we'll do something like this. Maybe don't need this Manchuria interest. Let's go Anatolia as well. Just in case anything spicy happens here. The new divergences has a laws of buds in country-specific flavor, and all the GPs are in huge deficits. Interesting. I'm doing a run with plan to release and play as, and I'm sticking on interventionism, so the new government will own the buildings. That makes sense. I think the malice should only be applied if you annex above 25. I absolutely think it should be applied if you annex above 25% liberty desire. I just, I hate that it's, like, such a significant die roll. Like, I don't want the die roll to feel that significant. Or if it was that significant, I would like to be able to trend it up to 100% if they have, like, 0 liberty desire, right? But our goal is to take over the block. Block party starting to pick up a little bit. I think we're also going to look to push the Navy quite a bit, if we can. We currently have discrimination, but I think once we pass poor laws, what we will be able to do is we will be able to pass multiculturalism, because we do have this anarchist that we spent forever getting, and multiculturalism should pass real quick. Who's even trying to coup the government? It's the rural folks. The rural folks should be fine once we start passing anarchism, or multiculturalism, because they love it. Where has the cheapest? Bombay has a ton of pops, which is one of the reasons we want to build in Bombay, because I'm pretty sure they have enormous unemployment. One of the reasons we want to build in Sindh has less to do with the unemployment and the fact that they have a river mapping modifier. That lag wasn't too bad. The first time you open the construction thing, it does lag out, but that one wasn't too bad. Rajputa. I think we're happy to give a little bit of stuff, plus nice, a little bit to the Industrialists. We do not ever want to take a radicals from discrimination like Malice, because almost all of our pops are discriminated. We'll let them leave. Anti-Spanish Association. We do not want to take a 5 legitimacy hit when we're at 91. Being at 91 is really nice, because we get loyalists and factor enactment times, and we're going to be hurting on the loyalist front. Mainly from discrimination, which is pretty rough. We do, like, I think we would want to pass police. I think what we're doing is probably much less efficient than just actually getting free from the UK, especially because the biggest thing that the UK has for, in terms of taking over the bloc, is the EIC, and we are the EIC, so. Nice IGs. It do be nice if you like farming. Happy Sunday. Hey, George. Happy Sunday to you. And a big nice. And a happy New Year. And a Sunday happy. Let's just get this oriented the way we want it. Okay, we actually need to declare war. Shoot. I think Baroda. Our compromises, we're never going to reroll anything that is, or we're going to take the die roll if it's not 75. If it's 75, then we will save scum it. Just kind of cruising through, though. I think that we do want to gain some infamy in this way, and we don't want to reduce autonomy because we're looking to get Persia down, because we want to get Persia into being a dominion, and then we can give them, what is it? Once Persia's a dominion, we can do some of this stuff. We can give them more stuff that will decrease their liberty of desire. So we're going to go after these guys, mainly because we just want all this to be connected. So we're going to annex, and if they say no, we're going to load and do it on a different day. But this is a 75% chance anyways. That'll give us a little bit of infamy. We are incorporating. And what's the best place for us to go for? There's just constantly been a question we've been asking ourselves. I think I don't hate going after Benin and just taking Benin. I think we could probably land it now that we have a 26 stack, and then we'll have a native interest in Niger. So I think we'll just do that. Benin's pretty good. I think we have a native interest here. Yeah. From our suzerainship over them. That's one way to word it. We really don't want a protectionist guy. I suppose if we are going to get a protectionist guy, we would prefer the loudest car outside. That guy's not going to ever become in Gov because he's minus 35. You'd have to roll 2 plus traits. Stalwart Defender's nice. The coup fizzles out. Of course it does. Democracy is saved. God, we only have 2 interest groups right now that are not marginalized. We have the absolute most cursed, like, going-ons. We could also subjugate them, but I think... Do we want another subject? This is maybe a consideration. We could subjugate them. It's a lot cheaper on the infamy overall. But we have so many subjects already. But most of them are puppets, so the puppets we do not have to reduce autonomy on. A lot of these cats we do. We'll just go for the conquer state. We'll make sure that no one is going to oppose us. I think Baroda we're going to exempt from service here. Because they are one of the people we would want to annex kind of earlier. I think we've already exempted from service on Hybridad. So, Baroda and Hybridad will probably be next on the chopping block. And yeah, this 26 stack should be able to land. I think we're already getting a bankroll from France. They might be willing to transfer Sulu if we yo-yo sway. I think we'll just leave it alone. We'll just put this on auto expand. We're almost even money. How's our investment tool doing? Our investment pool is draining, but just a little bit, so we're actually making tons of money. Now, if I recall correctly, North Bengal has a river modifier, but South Bengal does not. But South Bengal is the capital, which is the big reason why we're building there. Yeah, there's no Mappy River modifier. There's the Bengal Delta, which is nice. We're also encouraging manufacturing here, so that's pretty substantive. I think this is auto-expanding. It's not. Alright, we're going to get both the boatyards to auto-expand, because we do have the modifier for the natural harbors. Are you able to retry multiculturalism? Yes. And even more compromise would be only safe scumming if without the cap it would be 100. Like if they were at absolute bottom. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think we could do that. I was surprised at how many people thought that like the modifier was like kind of appropriate. So only the people who are just absolute bottomed out. Of which we have none. We kind of want to reduce autonomy on Chile, but then we'll never get Persia where we want them. Surely they're just damaging relations with us, and we're not damaging relations with them. So maybe we'll improve relations here. Can't reduce autonomy on cats. This is true. Increase institutions. We are about to pass a... We do not want to increase institutions right now. Institutions cost 1,500. We have 2,100. We're about to acquire a new institution. Your cat has 0 autonomy. So... so blink twice if you can't say anything. Mutual funds is interesting. We'd definitely rather be on that. I think there's about 0 chance we could pass that, but once our anarchist dies, we can change whatever distribution of power system we have. I think we'll go on to wealth voting. But we do need the anarchist to pass multiculturalism. That's the current plan. How much more navy do we have coming in? I think we'll put another 10 ironclads here in Bengal. You say we need more ironclads. I think this is producing it. Oh, we'll put more at the front of the queue. Oh, this is just a... Yeah, because there was one, literal one. I don't think we have all our things producing ironclads, just the few. Sick Empire, we are increasing relations with. Yeah. Oop, it's not the one we wanted. Perhaps the one we deserved. We do have to get colonial affairs going as well. Once we pass poor laws at some point. The problem is, like, our government's just absolutely stupid. I'm not sure exactly. We might promote this guy to government in 13 months after we pass multiculturalism. I think that this guy might have a negative trait as well. He has expensive taste, but honorable and the other stuff's not bad. So let's go multiculturalism, 100% pass. Why is it 100%? Oh, because the ruler also? Wait, plus 15%. Is that because there's so much clout? I thought the ruler only gave plus 5% to passing, but we're gonna have an easy time of getting multiculturalism here. You love to see it. Closer to 20k subs? I know, we're getting close. Keep up the good content. Here since 8k, big nice. Your big 3 content is still very entertaining. Thank you. I mean, acceptance chance would have to be 100% if it weren't for the 75% cap, not zero liberty desire. Is zero liberty desire even possible? It's kind of possible. You can get it really low. Does it say what it would be without the cap? Then well, we should be able to, because we're okay, so we'll just take a look at this when we look at it, and if it's 100%, we'll pretend that there's no cap. So if we want to roll the dice on something dicey, then we can, but we almost certainly won't. I think you just straight up, like, wouldn't annex subjects. If it were for this. I think it's real bad. Was it another... We have a little bit of a choice here. I think we're building up to a 50 stack uni right now. If we wanted more universities, do we put them in North Bengal? Or do we put them in the capital if we're going to build another 50 stack? Just try to make sure, now that it's not that we want to float an enormous amount of debt, because we are minor power, so our interest rate's not even that good, but we don't want to be floating a surplus at any point. Who gave them guns? That's not ideal. Looks like, yeah, the fact that the AI always puts in war reparations and they could never possibly enforce it when you're doing a colonial thing is, like, probably not, probably should be different. I think we could probably wood chipper through them eventually here, though. We would just prefer it if we had more boats, but we could just build more boats. 4. Almost certainly sitting on a multiple of 5, so we'll just add the 5th. Right, I imagine it's a... Oh, it's not a multiple of 5. 32, so let's add 3 more. And then we can make the army bigger. If the second battle doesn't look very good for us, which it might, because... I mean, they have irregulars in line. Disgusting. But what we'll do is we'll add to this army in terms of size. Alright, this isn't looking good, so we'll cancel. Wait. Do we have a bunch of... That's the problem. We have a bunch of dudes. Alright. Yeah, we can't recruit up very well. Okay. Let's make a 30 stack. Six, 7. We can't recruit up very well because of discrimination. 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, and we just kind of got done with a big war. 13, 14, 15, 16. And then we'll take the 14 biggest of these guys. Nine, 10, 11, 12. The other ones might not even be worth taking, to be honest. Go to mobilization. And then let's also give them some colors, give them a general. Now, unfortunately, wait, I thought recruiting a general killed your org. I guess it didn't. We kind of really hate protectionists, though. We'd much rather randomly roll a communist than a protectionist. I guess we have a 20 popularity communist, so the 15 popularity protectionist maybe not too much of a problem. Alright. So we will cancel that naval invasion and start a new one. But yeah, if we didn't have discrimination, our guys would recruit up much faster. So once we pass multiculturalism, we'll be in much better shape here. New favorite way to pass multiculturalism is whenever the crusade for change event fires, since the 20% applies to any law, so I don't need the general lottery. That's certainly less tedious. Our new lobby is Belgium must die. Over 90% of the clout of our nation hates Belgium now. I'm sorry, Belgium, you have to go. I have no idea how you get nations this powerful. I'm Mega Papega. Mega Papega. Mega Papega at this game. You just be really handsome. That's how you do it. I mean, I have like a lot of hours with this game. You know what I mean? Picking up what I'm putting down. You do anything for enough hours, you'll get good at it. Trying to use the tactful trait to win the Opium Wars as Ching with 0 cheese. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Even with the doubling of defense, it's still really hard. Probably do an inland capital to win. Not if their war goal is just Xiaozhou, and if their war goal is Hong Kong and war reps, they don't have to take your capital, and they'll just land Hong Kong. Someone else suggested like a way to win it that like seemed semi-legitimate, but like I think you just have to put off going for it, or you have to do the cheese to get a truce at game start, so... Radicals from discrimination is really bad for us. Well, we don't want him to be exiled. It looks like we're just gonna lose him no matter what. That's our guy, right? Yeah, that sucks. We were planning on using him. That's a bummer. We were planning on using him to change our laws. Question is now are we supposed to invite one of these guys? We can't exile this guy, unfortunately, so I think we're supposed to invite one of these guys. Yeah. Maybe we're okay having Spain as like our nemesis for the run. Haven't really figured out who we want as an enemy. But this landing should go a lot better, and if it doesn't, we'll just land with the first squad again, because they should recruit up a little bit, but... If all else fails, we'll just wait for multiculturalism. So, you were saying that there is a cap, so we'll just have to make sure that without the cap we would be at 100. So if we went for Baroda now, nice. We would not be at the... These guys have like all of our sulfur. Maybe not the worst though. So these battles should go quite a bit better, yeah. So we have the offense, and now we actually have the soldiers to like bring it through. No waffles for you, Sag. Patch is kind of overwhelming to you with the new national private building thingy. I've got Spain on agrarianism and mutual investment right now with France. What do you recommend we do? So something I was commenting on at the beginning of the stream, which I think is kind of an interesting mechanic, is when someone buys a building that is up for private sale, it costs on iron frame buildings, it's going to change with each building type. It costs roughly a third of the price of actually constructing the building. Ooh, we probably want a piece of this action. But that means that you do not want France buying your buildings. And conversely, you want to buy France's buildings. And so what you probably want to do is just not put stuff up for investment, or not privatize stuff. That way France can't buy your buildings. And hope that France's public construction queue builds stuff that your capitalists and your aristocrats can buy. Also, I'd recommend switching to interventionism or laissez-faire. But it's this interesting thing. So, like, we've constructed iron mines in Bengal, right? UK has bought these iron mines. The construction cost to build these was roughly 3 times the cost that they paid us, which I think goes to... I can't remember if it goes to our treasury or the investment pool, but the point is we don't get really the full yield off of it. Now, eventually, we'll probably take these buildings back from them. We would need to switch back to interventionism to, like, buy everything out from them. Which we might do. So now we pass multiculturalism, so we should get a lot more loyalists. Or sorry, this radicalism should stop going up by as much. So we're not discriminating against anyone now. Interesting that Qing doesn't want our support. We can't offer Russia support. They're too hostile. Okay, yeah, we don't want to be that low relations with Qing that we can't try and help them out, so we're going to improve relations with them. But Russia's going to get clapped here, it looks like. Doesn't look like they cited for any demands. I don't think we want to, like, super tank relations. I think we just want to hover around 30, so we'll try and keep an eye on this and not get too low on the relations with the UK. GDP is starting to come up at a pretty good clip now. I mean, we do have 1,200 construction. Might not be sustainable, though. Looks like we lost a bankroll. I thought we were going to have that bankroll for some time to come, but I suppose not. So we might even just, let's just roll back the construction right now, actually. We'll just roll back a couple levels on every one of these. It's just a little bit too much. And we don't want to deficit spend, really, that much, so this will do this without just wrecking our industries. Just pull back about 10%. And we could acquire some debt. We could also look to export our steel and this type of stuff, maybe. We do have a steel company. And whenever you have a company for something, usually you can export it, like, quite a bit more. I really don't know why we've never hit prosperity on iron. Iron and lead. Well, if we have iron and lead companies and we can't hit the prosperity bonus, we definitely want to turn on all the labor-saving PMs for them. So, let's do that. Because the prosperity, or productivity, or, productivity is calculated based on the denominator, or based on efficiency per worker, which, even if the building's not as profitable, is better for you to turn on this stuff. Don't know why it went down that low. That might indicate, like, a shortage of, some of this stuff. Yeah, so a lot of these are now running shortages. That's okay. We don't have too many, so we could probably just handle this by hand. Yeah. I think we might be using some... No, we're not using any there. Let's get off the road cards there, so freed up for the other buildings. I do want to get the company in. I think Antofagasta is probably incorporated by now, and we're starting to hit some of the rubber tools, but I think that we would prefer the sulfur, and oh, we should have checked to see if we could even put it in. That was my bad. We just need to build up the sulfur, I think, though, so we'll do that. Oh, and we're already doing that? Hot damn, we're so good at this game. Alright, we'll put it at the front of the queue. Also do this, and put this on auto-expanded, but not expecting to see it expand as well as we would like, mainly because there's not enough workers. You've put thousands of hours into sleeping and I still suck at it. The truth hurts. Allied with France, so they get snippy at Great Britain and tried to liberate Hybridan and some other landlocked miners. My wonderful Spanish economy got absolutely dicked. Yeah. You don't wanna be reliant on the AI being intelligent. Belgian waffles are the real enemy. This is, bro, I haven't had a Belgian waffle in forever. I like kinda craving that now. Spain has kind of a small population and economy. France's capital will take a chunkier GDP towards their investment pool. You get the GDP if they're investing in yours. Coalition of Innocents. Good old Spain with the jokes. I mean, 15 million is a pretty good amount. I love forcing your subjects to enact laissez-faire so your capitalists have more cheap things to buy. Yeah, this makes sense to do. Hey, journalists, have you tried the new Exethereum total conversion mod yet? I don't even know what that is, so no. Russia backs down against Qing. You love to see it. Can we get a different map mode? Wait, why are we locked on this map mode? Okay. Weird. Thank God we're getting in, despite them having a ton of time to conscript up. British Congo is requesting we support their independence. I mean, at some point... No. We want to take over the block, so we don't want anyone getting independence from the block. No one can escape, not even Light. Let's find the sulfur in this queue, though, because we do want to finish that kind of first. Oh, it's at the front of the queue. Alright. Or we put another one at the front, actually. Do we have another... Oh, then it should be done? Did it downsize? No, not like this. Yeah, so there's 5, so we should be able to put in the Antofagasta company, which is an insane company. Here's what people are building in our nation. Alright. I'm still not sure if I think that this is the best railway company or not. Okay, well... We don't have eyes, which makes the game a lot harder. If you get this in New Russia Limited, you also just get +7 industrialist approval, so it's really hard to piss them off, even if you just, like, pass every law they hate. Do we have this yet? No, 7 weeks, so we can grant leadership and start passing more reasonable stuff. I mean, we could go Council Republic and just stay laissez-faire. So should I revoke the mutual investment with France then? I'm not sure if you should. I think one-way investment's generally better, but you don't mind their capitalist building stuff in your country. Especially if they build your stuff and then you can later seize it. Probably not anytime soon, but when they build a building in your country, that's free, right? What you get when they build a building in your country is you get effectively the value of the wages for free. Right? Because you didn't spend any construction on the building. Now the wages are getting injected into your economy. They get the weekly balance, though, but that's not a big deal. I think that, in general, mutual investment's a lot better when you have a lot of pops. If you have very few peasants, Mr. Roosevelt, I would recommend ending the agreement. If you still have a ton of peasants, you can maybe keep it for a little while. But now what's nice about us having this company in is all of our railways that we put in the queue, they're going to construct real fast. Do something like that. Eventually what we could do is we could also enforce just seizing everything from Great Britain, if we know we're going to get really bad relations with them anyways. I think we're going to end this as well. We cannot seize any of their stuff currently. A little weird for us to have foreign investment on. It's like not what we would choose. No, not like this. This is how we lose. I mean, we have a 30 stack now here, but also, which one of these guys is doing the landing? This one is not doing the landing. These guys can actually recruit up now, so you see that their numbers are starting to come up quite a bit. So hopefully the next battle we have is okay, but the problem is that they've conscripted up. and they do not have any discrimination, so they can actually refuel their armies reasonably. I forget we do have the clothing company. So we built the other one to EOS. Let's build the one, okay, the one in the capital's at EOS. Let's build this to EOS. And do something like that out in front. Do we have another interest from, yeah, we do have more interests. Something like this for now. Really kind of want to subjugate Greece, but I'm pretty sure they're already a subject of Russia. Yeah. Russia thumbs their pie quite a lot. I have a fantasy-themed mod that recalled mentioning themselves that they're D&D inspired. Really interesting. It's missing quite a lot, but that's a given since it's very new. Very interesting. I think that most of the time we're going to try out mods, we're going to do it on stream. But okay, it's looking like we can win some of these battles still. We just have to not, like, low roll or whatever that happened to the other thing. Where are these guys from? What are you doing here? Rajput. Oh, we just annexed these guys. Fair. I think we take the China army to take care of this. So now we could take a look. Oh, do we not have these guys exempted? Yeah, so these guys are in the war with us. And since we're looking to annex them kind of now, Opal we might keep around for a while because they're not very big. But Hybrid and Baroda are the really big ones. We want to annex them kind of as quickly as possible. But I'm pretty sure they hate it. Let's fund the lobbies. Funding the lobbies doesn't inject a bunch of money into their economy, so it makes it harder for them to annex, but the other one does. Okay, so this one we could look and see if this would be over 100. Then we would be okay save scumming it. The 75 and the 75 cancel out. The 52 and the other one cancel out. So this would not be over 100, so we're not going to save scum to do Baroda. I think we'll fund lobbies instead. I think that that's a fair compromise. Get our interests activated. Great Britain's doing Great Britain things. Kind of don't mind that they are going after people, though. Let's check up on Persia's Liberty of Desire. Okay, it's starting to come down. I think River Pate, we're going to look to fund lobbies here. I was thinking about trying to push through Sokoto, but that's not going to work out for us. Oh, you know what? We need to pass laws. What are we doing? We were waiting on the thing, but I think the thing is thinged now. At this point, we'll grant this guy leadership. Now, as a Democrat, he doesn't care about these laws. Sorry about the... No, wait. Oh, we don't have anyone that cares about these laws, though. Super cool with any of this. But nobody cares. Because we have a radical... Not like this. We have a radical free trade guy, but he doesn't give a shit about the thing. I mean, we've been wanting to do colonial resettlement, but maybe it's just not possible. These guys will be a little bit mad. So, what's our abdicate cooldown? 34 months. Let's just go for this. I think that'll be good. Oh, the rural folk would have been super... They are super pissed. Alright, before they can become insurrectionary, we're gonna do this. Now they can't become insurrectionary. Because if there's only one group in government, they can't do it. So we'll get to pass elected bureaucrats here. Alright. We'll demobilize this guy. I think we're gonna merge, or, yeah, let's make a West Africa army. Is there a reason we haven't taken the Punjab states? We subjugated the Sikh Empire. So that is why. And we haven't reduced autonomy because they don't accept, and it'll make all of our subjects mad and we'll gain extra infamy. Council Republic is big nice. Oh. Maybe we should have got, yeah. Maybe we should just go Council Republic instead, right now. Yeah, I think we're gonna load back and do Council Republic instead of the law pass we're doing. I feel like that's what we were gonna do before, but then I got distracted. But we can catch up on some of the chat. Dumb question, perhaps. Maybe I've already missed an answer. Can Great Britain subjugate you with the sovereign empire interaction if you get independence but stay in the bloc? Yes, we don't have independence. We are a protectorate. And they can try and reduce autonomy on us, but then they'll have to come for it. Because we won't just accept. I think if we get low enough, we can do it, but low enough liberty desire. The program removes grant investment rights so they stop investing in their own country, their SOL drops, and you get to suck up all their pops. But they still get all the ownership, guys. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna go for Council Republic here. These guys get really mad. To be fair, some guys really hate Council Republic, though, but we kind of like the trade union's political strength. Oh, and we also get a parliamentary system, too. I think that's probably worth... We would prefer a parliamentary system. Make things much easier for us. And this Rev has, like, no chance of getting anything through. We do have to decide what we want to do with our infamy. Just check our subjects. I don't think we want to reduce autonomy on any of these guys, though. Because we're trying to get Persia to the point where we could reduce autonomy. So Persia has to be under 65 for us to, like, kind of really want to do any of that. Oh, but Siam, we kind of want to... I think the Sikh Empire we're also going to fund lobbies. Do we actually have... Alright. I think we'll go after Zulu. I mean, maybe we'll keep this anarchist around, actually, because we're gonna lose these guys being happy with this. I think we want to stay... Well, actually, you know what? So the real big benefit of going cooperative ownership relatively early for us is we seize all the British buildings. Like, really early on. And we would get rid of a lot of this radicalism. So, good day, Legend. Good to catch another stream. Hey. Yeah, if you grant investment rights, the only thing is you don't want to have buildings up for sale. Right, so if you grant investment rights on interventionism, then I think that that's good. You just don't put anything up for sale and you let them build in your country. Especially if they're on laissez-faire, because then your guys can buy the buildings. Shadow Realm Army, yep. We lived with our mistake. You won the Opium Wars, no cheese, the only luck was UK adding transfer to Tibet. Well, that's a good one, too, yeah. Because usually what they do is just Xiao Zhou and war reparations, so that's not, them having to do the other stuff is not consistent. You know what I mean? Can't wait for the company system to expand to the point where places like EIC are treated like landed companies. That'll be cool. What does Zulu have, though? Map continuity, more than anything. But they also have 62 coal. That's not a small amount of coal. We don't take Zulu most of the time, but the fact is, like, Colonial Offices 3 changes things a lot. As does getting reduction on infamy costs. We do want to find ourselves a... I think, though, once we pass this, I think we go commercialized agriculture, or attempt to at least, because the rural folk, despite really hating it, you know, because we've passed a bunch of stuff that they like. Oh, please. Alright, we'll offer them commercialized agriculture. That's perfect timing. It's timing like that that makes me feel, so handsome inside. Unfortunately, it's the outside that counts, but, you know, fair enough. I think we're just gonna take the legitimacy here. Righteous is gonna be really nice. Let's give the Industrialists a little bit of strength, because we don't need the legitimacy there anymore. So we are, in fact, righteous. Righteous! Righteous! Let's, maybe move these guys over here. Where are you guys from? What's your story? Tibet. You will join the Bombay army. And then I think that we wanted this to be the East African army. Can I calculate, before trying to pass a law, whether an IG will have over 100 radicalism? A movement? There's probably a way to calculate it, but not one that I think, not one that I know of. Like, I'm almost certain that you can gather the game information in theory, but like in practice it just might not be practical to do so. Interesting. Most of those are owned by us now. I mean, our economy is starting to eclipse Great Britain's by a pretty big margin. We have become the #1 economy, despite still being a minor power. Oh wow, what happened to Qing? It's not just us taking that one state. Something else happened. Show us on the map where the country touched you. Hello, Father Gaming. Did you sin today? We kind of sin every day, don't we? Okay, hear me out. We're going malaria prevention despite not having a colonial institution yet. Oh, that's so loose, though. We actually, like, literally don't have a colonial institution. That's kind of silly. Let's go shift work. And then malaria prevention. We do have a level 50 uni. But also, these textile mills we could definitely make level 50. Let's see if we can export more luxury clothes. Generally, whatever's in the split good buildings, if you want to increase profitability, which is not always your goal, exporting the thing that is the cheap one is generally going to be good. Starting to realize that one of the problems with the food industries is that it competes with opium. So if you have a company that's really good at producing opium, unfortunately what ends up happening is your pops will trend towards consuming like 75% opium because you focus on it, which is fine because the opium PM is good, but they will... the 75% opium comes at the expense of liquor getting really, really cheap. And if you can export it, that's fine, but if you can't export it, it's a problem, you know? Our investment pool is just completely draining, but we can't sustain this level of construction. I don't think, well, I think actually maybe we could build into this, but we're gonna go to like 1/3 debt. We're gonna take on a lot of debt to do this. I think it might be okay, though. If we annex Kandahar at some point, then we would be able to go into Turkmenia and start colonizing in that direction. So we look at... but we don't want to reduce autonomy yet. We don't want to do the things. Maybe paternalist gaming would make more sense? Perhaps. How does Prestige compare to GB? We were half at the start of the stream, like half on the button, and now we're a little bit ahead of half. The big break point is going to be when we... And maybe we should actually play for this right now. When we start building a ton of torpedo boats. That's kind of a big inflection point. Oh, yikes, 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 yikes. We don't want to get cut off from here. We might need to go Council Republic into some form of colonialization. In the interest of the nation, I find solace. I think they're gonna need a railroad. Luckily, we can build railroads in newly conquered stuff despite there being a ton of turmoil, because we have a ton of construction bonus for railroads specifically. You don't have turmoil? That's crazy. That's crazy, dog. Too crazy, girl. Ace Domain, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Sure, you could have a glass of wine with dinner, but why would you... but why would you when you could hit the opium pipe for the whole family? Or with the whole family. Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. Sharing is caring. Sharing is caring. Found you from YouTube? AAS domain. We also stream on YouTube, if that is your preferred platform. We have to acquire some infamy. We could see if any of these guys are willing to accept with like 100%. We'll safe scum it if it's 100% without the cap. No cap on God, for real, for real. So this is 75% with the cap. Let's take a look. So it would be minus 150. Ah, we're 3 short on indoor. Well, we said we were gonna do it one way, so even though we're just 3 short on that, we'll still stick to it. I think I'm a fan of playing it like this. Baroda. So Baroda is a minus 150, and then... Oh, can we not do math? That's over 200. Just kidding. The other one was over 200 too, right? Never do math on stream. This is the first lesson you learned, but 50 plus 25 plus this is 150, and 72 plus 100 is obviously. So we're gonna go for indoor and Baroda, and we're gonna save scum it up. Because I think that this malice is like insane. I really wish the malice was smaller and always applied, rather than just applying only when they refuse, or you could just choose not to go to war. Even if you still had to pay the infamy, I would not mind still having to pay the infamy and then just not going to war. I just don't want to piss off all my other subjects. But they don't care if Indoor just accepts, which they're likely to, but they don't. I forgot France is supporting our independence, so every play they'll just side with us. But yeah, I don't know. I think I gotta leave feedback somewhere for the devs on that one. Actually, well, like a third of the chat when we ran the poll disagreed with me. They thought it was fine, which I was really surprised about. Maybe I should run more polls like that more often. But this one, again, we're over 100%, so we don't feel bad if there was no 75% gap, rather. We'll go for indoor in the same way. What happened in December 2023 for 2K people spike in subs? I'm checking Social Blade. December 2023. I think there was an update. I think that was when 1.6 dropped. Or that was, late November was when 1.5 dropped, actually. If I recall correctly. Yeah, you could see my Social Blade and see, like, how... It's like, sphere of influence... What happens is, like, it's actually psychologically, like, what you would... The very worst, like, you could do. Or... To make someone feel bad, what is how exactly you would reward them in terms of view count, with the way that the pattern is for my channel, which is... massive spike whenever a patch comes out, and then it slowly decreases over time, which means like 95% of the time my channel is shrinking, which feels bad. Or not shrinking, but views are going down. Depends what you mean by shrinking, because subs I haven't done anything naughty enough to make subs go down, but there's still hope. We could still do it. We could still get to it eventually. We probably actually just, like, never annex Los Altos, but we'll decline anyway. They should have a port, I don't know. It's because they used to have access through Great Britain in Guatemala, and now they don't. Great Britain also just oh no, wait, they didn't take Guatemala. Guatemala's a pretty good state. So there was some of the rubber starting to get discovered. It's got 30 iron, some rubber, decent chunk of wood. Can make cotton. It's pretty solid state. I don't think there's anyone else we can go for here that's over 100%, so I think it's just the waiting game. Or would be 100% without the cap, and we just like actually don't want to take that die roll, so we would just like never annex these guys otherwise. Hi Jen, I'm back before going to bed. Godspeed. Hi Daddy. Hey Genius. How's it going? Since IPT is not included in bankrolls, in theory there is a number of bankrolls where command economy makes sense. Since investment pool transfer is not included in bankrolls, you generally take in less taxes if you're command economy, because it depresses your economy. Command economy is actually bad for bankroll meta. You get less, because what happens is you get less from income taxes and consumption taxes and dividend taxes, and you get more for government dividends, but government dividends don't increase the bankroll stuff. It's actually actively really bad. I can't believe they didn't invite you to content creator multiplayer. There was like an open, hey, if anyone wants to do this, and I decided not to do it. So, hey Rationalist though, don't see you chatting in here too often. But yeah, there was, like on the content creators who got access to the early Discord, the person hosting it said that they were going to be doing it, and I didn't want to partake. Although I also was not explicitly invited. But if any of you, I forget who all is involved right now, but if any of you are interested, there is a content creator multiplayer game going on. Ludi is playing, who else? Absolute Habibi is playing, and so if you guys wanted to check that out, that is going on, if you would prefer to watch that. Just to let you guys know. What should we be building right now? Alright, what are we researching? Self-propelled torpedoes. I mean, we could build an extra military shipyard, but really we don't need a lot of these things. Alright, I'll bite. Let's do some of that. These things are kind of inefficient by the pops. Man, I think that, like, honestly, maybe we would make more with the prioritized grocery production. That's so disgusting. It's because we have so much liquor. Or we have such a glut of liquor, but liquor's so cheap because we have, like, an even bigger glut of the other stuff. God. And this PM's not very good without this, but I suppose that the marginal value is really a lot lower because this, for example, takes an extra 900 workers, but we kind of want it taking the extra workers. That's like the idea, because we have unemployment, so we'd rather have inefficiency, but more workers employed. What do you think about the government owning a military complex and subsidizing it? I've tried something like this. It's probably okay-ish. I'm not sure you want to subsidize, because it's, like, kind of inefficient, but... Congrats on being top 3,500... Wow, am I really that high? In the US? 3,507th on Social Blade. Depends what you mean by shrinking is something I've been trying to explain to my girlfriend for weeks now. Yeah, it's just cold outside, man. Come on. The feeling when it's cold inside, too. Not like this. Once we get to plus 50 on this guy, that'll be really nice for us. I think we could also just rival more people now, so let's take a look. Yeah, we could rival a whole bunch of baddies. Like Bremen. Like, Bremen's never gonna interfere with us ever. Bavaria, never gonna interfere with us ever. Oh, we should have just made a North German Fed interest forever ago. These guys Montenegro. The fact that we can rival Montenegro... Rivalry should be based on something other than power rank, because we shouldn't be able to rival Montenegro. That's kind of stupid. But now we can float maximum Diplo here. Denmark, I think, is never messing with us either. You haven't posted a sequel to Dating Advice. Might go down because of it. However, do you mean that? Might go down. Do you mean my social blade ranking or something else? How good is the dating tutorial, really? I think, are we bolstering or suppressing anyone? We're bolstering the trade unionists. Let's get rid of that, because we don't want to be on the negative authority as much. Actually, you know what? We shouldn't have done that, because the negative authority is super irrel, because these guys are minus 20 anyways. Well, no, it's not irrel, because the radicals from standard living decreases. Okay. It's irrelevant for the purposes of opposition approval, which is generally the bigger issue. God, I hate this event so much. People's Wealth is like the worst event. Svanka, you prefer to watch me? Big nice, thank you. Company slot? What about the company slot? Oh, we do it. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I was like, what about the company slot? Like an idiot. What about the company slot? You're right. You're right, you're right. Bro, do we just go... We kind of do want the Kaiping Mining Company, but we can't slot it in. This is a lot better in the light of us already having a fertilizer one. Bro, do we just want the British East Indian Company silks and dyes? Probably not. It's probably just the steel company, to be honest. If we had Lima, it would be the Lima Company soon. Tooling Company we don't hate, though. Yeah, maybe it's just the Tooling Company. Yeah, it's probably this. It's probably the correct choice here. So we can start popping off with the tools. I think that we have... Yeah, we own some of those. Let's do some of this. Could maybe sway in here for a bankroll. Let's just save real quick. It's been a while since we've actually not done the sway, like, while not at war. Is the Sikh already a subject? Yes. The Sikh Empire is a subject. Got it. Oh, we can't do this. We're allied to the French Republic. Bro, the defense pact sucks balls. We're getting rid of it. We hate this thing, dude. It also costs 300. We'll just get rid of it and improve relations. Hopefully that doesn't cause too big a negative catalyst on us. Us deleting that pact. But we just... It's like ruining us. Oh, now we can side against them? That's stupid. There should be like a truce thing. I mean, we can't get it anyways, but... Yeah. Isn't that EU5 though? What they're playing? No, they're playing Vic 3. There's a Vic 3 content creator multiplayer game going on stream right now. I got paid 100 for a $50 gardening job, so I might finally get around to getting the DLC. Big nice. Well, I don't. The problem is I don't play the game without the DLC, so it's hard for me to say exactly how much value it is. But the patch and the DLC combined is just so absolutely huge. I'm not sure how much of that is on the free patch, but I also think that like supporting the continued development of the game, if you really enjoy the game, is like a good thing to do. Persia's damaging relations, not like this. Oh, down from plus 80, and we have an obligation? Yeah. Good luck with that, bro. But yeah, this is what we're talking about. Once they get it in their head that they don't like you, then, like, things are really rough to, like, reduce them down eventually. Like, Nejd is going to take forever for us to, like, work down. These guys are almost down in the Liberty Desire, and once they get down on the Liberty Desire, their attitude will probably flip, and it'll be easier for us to reduce. Same with these guys. How long do we have a truce with them? You're not that high. Social Blade had everyone with very close subs at the same place, so there's probably like 100 people in the same spot as you, except they would only go to one place afterwards. Got it. So I'm like 100 lower. We're tied. 10 billion people tied for the same position. Not like this. Where should... Oh, man. I have such a hard time, like, figuring out where we should go for it. I think Belungen... I think Kutai is the only one who's not subjugated here. If I recall correctly. Why can't we just target Kutai? Because they're cordial. Siam sides against us. Siam, how you do this to us? Why you do this to us? That's Netherlands. Liberia's subjugated. Sierra Leone's subjugated. There's no one easy to get in on here that would give us a native interest. We want to have interest in people's capitals, so if they rev, we can interfere with that. I think we're going to go after Zanzibar here, though. Looks like they tried to colonize just a little bit, just the tip. Which is actually going to be good for us, because we might be able to trade that to British East Africa for something. Oh, but it's bad for us, because it'll take us a ton more infamy to conquer them, because they will have this, too. Bro. It's actually just bad for us. We should have just annexed these guys. We just subjugated everyone because we were trying to stay low infamy. Not like this. When is our truce with them up? I suppose. 6 months. Don't quite have the scratch to annex these guys. Oh, now we have a 75% chance. So, we are going to see... Now, this is 175, but we're over that, so if there was no cap, we would have it. So we're going to go for hybrid out here. I think Svanka does have Vicky 3. Or she's talked about having it, if I recall. To answer your question, although it was not addressed to me. don't know why we're looking at the military. We're gonna re-roll if they say no. Cool. I think we're going to incorporate Nagpur here, and so then I think we are going to need quite a bit more government administrations. The government administrations just feel, in some sense, feel really good to build. We're currently, our US cap is currently 30. What's your thoughts on government divided income? Any way to make the playstyle, or government dividend income? Any way to make playstyle like that worth? It depends what you mean by worth. I think it's playable to go command economy. I don't think it's like optimal, and there's like no way to make it like. It's not like a playstyle thing. It's just like bad. I think go after Uruguay. That's a good shout. Uruguay actually makes a ton of sense. Uruguay actually makes an enormous amount of sense. That's a really good one. Uruguay makes a lot of sense because it gives us native interest in Brazil. We're trying to cultivate interests because we're a minor power. They're recognized, so the fact that we aren't going to have infamy reduction is kind of nice because we're going to get more once we get our colonial institutions in. So Uruguay plays really nice. She plays Vicky 3, does she hear the Vicky 3 voices? I don't know, that's a question for her. The call of the wild, and by the wild I mean the spreadsheet. I guess my messages wasn't sent, but I wanted to ask if some GP you can subjugate all Italian miners and then force them to unite and be Italy. I'm not sure. I don't think so. One of the annoying things is if you subjugate Italian miners, we're gonna need to damage relations with them. If you subjugate Italian miners, they could, like, you can lose control of your subjugation of them by them getting annexed by the Rigismorto event or whatever it's called. And so you have to be, like, careful / it's frustrating. Finally got rid of some border gore. Terrible. He became a Brazilian puppet. Yeah, actually, we don't. I don't want to tangle with Brazil, kind of for no reason here. That kind of sucks. I mean, Argentine's not terrible. It's like pretty bad though. Just going after this guy for the interest. Actually, it's so hard to sway Ethiopia as a subject now. Maybe this isn't even worth. It's super close to... It's not a lot of convoys to include this kind of inner market though, which is kind of nice on some level. I think we actually just float the interest over here. We're gonna side with Persia. We don't want Persia to back down. We want them to win this war anyways, and we want to reset attitudes. So we're gonna just do this. I, for one, hear the Vicky voices, says Livingston. I, for three, hear the Vicky voices as well. Gujarat is not incorporated and don't build government units there. You won't get the tax collection benefit. We're going to incorporate it, though. We also mainly want to get economies of scale on the bureaucracy. We don't have that many unemployed, though. Oh, also we don't have this in Beijing. Let's do that. We want to start increasing institutions a little bit more aggressively, so we're just going to add a bunch. And we're going to float a bunch, but it's fine. You know, maybe we want an interest in Egypt, actually. I think we're going to get rid of our Balkan interest, go for a Nile interest, so that we can do the Suez Canal thing, and maybe we can go after Egypt, getting the Sinai thing. See if we can get any trade agreements. We haven't checked this in a while. No. Let's improve relations. How's prestige growing? It probably hasn't moved too much. There's nothing we've done that's been, like, kind of noteworthy for prestige, but we could check in just a sec. Let's do some of this. Oh, it is coming up quite a bit. I guess we just have a lot of construction. Yeah. We don't hate Infostat. I don't think we'll delete it. I think we already 51 to this building. The unit, yeah. Or sorry, 50'd it. God, that's gonna, like, haunt me forever. I'm so used to things being 51 from economies of scale. I, like, actually low-key don't like that they changed it because I'm so used to it. Can a subject take over the block? I couldn't even when I played EIC, though your prestige was much higher. I thought that they could, but maybe they can't. This is news to me. Someone had said that if we get over 15%, we take over the block, but I also haven't been sure. Did we pass multiculturalism? We did. So the fact that we're European, I think, is just straight up an advantage. We incorporate this stuff really slow, but there's a lot of stuff we can incorporate fast. I don't think we're gonna just blitz onto cooperative ownership here. And I think we just wanted to pass what we could pass here. So let's get colonial exploitation on if we can. Or actually, I kind of wanted to do commercialized agriculture instead. Actually make those guys decently strong. But then we can't do this after. And we're researching... Well, we're not researching malaria prevention right now. Our time is running out, though, to do the things. Is there an agitator that can help us here? Shoot, I really wish you didn't click that button. I mean, we could load. God, it feels stupid. I just, like, completely blanked on the fact that we have a thing, a government petition. And also, we want to, like, get out from underneath the, like, rural folk. Just go after Sudan. We could. Isn't it 1-year integration on all the Indian states? That's so painful. It is painful. So, we could become India if we wanted to. But I think we kind of want to become Great Britain. Because that's kind of funnier. If we annex the UK, we become the, we can form the UK. It's not in our nation or we can form England right now even. Which is kind of funny. If we took all those states. Because our primary culture is still British or English. But yeah, we just want to pass commercialized agriculture. Because then the other thing's faster to pass anyways. God, the Council Republican to commercialize agriculture. That's like, that's a vibe. I don't think I've ever done that before. Also, it's very likely this just fails, but... What are the textile trade routes looking like? I imagine there's some of our bigger ones. Specifically the luxury stuff, but we could just sort by convoy cost. Our biggest one is exporting. I guess there's some of the agrarian stuff's bigger. Actually, let's get rid of that. Not too big, honestly. I mean, we're exporting a decent amount of luxury clothes over there. We're also exporting regular clothes to Prussia, so... We're producing a decent chunk of clothes. We have a few 31s out and about. Starting to get quite a lot of radicalism. But we have our abdication cooldown. I don't think we want to abdicate to protect his speech, though. Giuseppe's old as hell, so he's gonna die soon. And this guy, we were thinking of granting leadership on some situation that might make sense for us to do. My kingdom for this bankroll. I think we can yo-yo this, right? We're gonna save, but the fact that it's minus 51, I think is either we can yo-yo it, or we're just short. That homesteading is killing you. Yeah. Really not giving us any political diversity. This will also crush the UK. Oh, is it really just one short? God damn it. I think it's just one short. I think you can just only overcome a 50 now. When you yo-yo sway. Right, they declined our support, right? Yeah, they refused. Yeah, you can only overcome a minus 50. In your opinion, interest changing should have a 10-year or so cooldown. Then they also shouldn't just... The way that they go away and, like, doesn't tell you is, like, should also be different. But that's maybe makes sense. I know that they're planning on reworking it. I can take over the block after I became independent and join the British Empire versus cheat, but the subject takeover did not game start. Okay, cheating's not allowed. If you subjugate the UK, you can form England, which will annex them. Oh god, check out Biden's last tweet. I think he's quitting, my guy. I don't have a Twitter account. I thought that that was, like, somewhat likely. I put money on Kamala Harris to, like, be the nominee. I put money on Joe to be the nominee, too, though. Because I think it's just one of them. Like, this is back when, like, the betting line was, like, favoring Gavin Newsom. I was like, that doesn't... That's a thing. Did we load the wrong save? Whatever. So, here, for example, we can't overcome this minus 62. I don't think. I think it's just 50. And, well... Oh, we can do it immediately. I mean, it's 50. We should be able to do this, right? Oh, we could actually just, like, yo-yo it properly. Oh. Will it give us a transfer state here? Oh, now they hate it. Okay. That's so interesting. I mean, I guess we gotta take a closer look at it. I mean, we could actually just regular yo-yo them, though. Once the Persia thing goes through. Once they become occupied here, this will end our thing. Nice. See, the thing is, there's like no way we could actually join their bloc if we ever became independent. So that actually just means we can't do the thing. Let's actually just let him heat up a little while. It's 49. I think we have to side before any of this stuff, so let's see. So we can't get the bankroll. But we can get a transfer state. Oh god, if we could get a colonial state, that'd be super nice. British Panama? Bro, really? Panama's not even that useful to us right now. Congo Oriental, however, kind of a vibe. And that's British Congo Oriental, so they actually wouldn't be able to colonize there anymore. They wouldn't be able to colonize down through here. Except they refused. Just kidding, they hate us. I just want to check and see if we can... Oh, okay, we can't. Anyway. I'm going to stop trying to min-max this. We just want to bankroll so bad. Our economy would be so much better with a bankroll. Luxury stuff is in much lower demand in 1.7, I feel. I think SOL is generally lower, so that could be driving it. I can link it here, you can open it from here, is that okay? The tweet? Sure. I think if I could link, you could check the tweet, I could also put it in your tweet, put it in the Discord instead, or it would be better, or you could put it in here and just tag, yeah, here's fine. If it doesn't let you put it in here, which it might not, then Discord's also fine. How am I learning about this on a Vic3 stream? This is where you come for all your latest news. CNN, that's for suckers. Although, to be fair, like, I think if you want breaking news, Reddit actually might be better. Although Reddit has, like, very significant bias. But I'm glad I put some money on Kamala. Haven't played the game for ages, but back then the only winning strat was to wait for the oil thing, own oil, build oil, sit back and watch. I mean, the game's always been such that it's difficult. What you do feels like it's not having as big an impact as it's actually having. It's one of the problems with the game. Are we gonna still try and sway for this? How close are we to the bankroll now? Yeah, one closer. That's not gonna work. do we want to just tangle it up with the Dutch East Indies for the purpose of just releasing someone from them? Releasing Jambi would actually be pretty nice. If that's releasable. It's not. I mean, the change is so good, but I feel disgruntled. That, like, it's, like, hard to do the bankroll shenanigans, but, like, I think it's actually, like, appropriate and good, so. Leaves me ungruntled, though. Malgruntled. Gruntled is actually a word. It's Jover. Don't give a fuck, though. Yeah, it does appear to be Jover. British Congolese Congo. Should I ping you? I ping you. I'm crazy like that for easy. No, Joe Biden just wake up now? No, now's the time for him to rest. Bro, take a nap. His watch is over. Let's open this in a browser. I guess we'll just read it on chat. Because people care about this, I think. Alright, here, let's get a browser tab. We didn't prep a browser tab here. Because we were not expecting... Silly me, we weren't expecting a thing. Where is it in the thing? Bruh. Is it really not? Oh my god. User interface, please. Alright, we're gonna have to do it in a janky way. Give me a second. Apologies, everyone. Wait, it's not capturing that one either? There we go. Okay, my fellow Americans, if you're Canadian, get out. Over the past 3.5 years, we've made great progress in this nation. Today, America is the strongest economy in the world. Yeah, but it's like, it's had the strongest economy in the world for the past 70 years. We've made historic it's like this, yeah, it's a stupid sentence. We've made historical investments in rebuilding the nation, okay, in lowering prescription drug costs for seniors, that's always a good one, and expanding affordable health care to a record number of Americans. We've provided a critically needed care to a million veterans exposed to toxic substances. I think more still needs to be done on that front, but okay. Passed the gun safety law first gun safety law in 30 years. Yeah, good thing it's proving effective at preventing assassinations. Appointing the first African American woman to the Supreme Court, and passed the most significant climate legislation in the history of the world. America's never been better positioned to lead than we are today. Paris Accords might have been bigger, but that wasn't legislation, so okay, fair enough. I know none of this could be done without you, the American people. Today we overcame a century pandemic and the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. That's probably true. It's probably worse than 2008. We've protected and preserved our democracy, and we've revitalized and strengthened our alliances around the world. It has been the greatest honor in my life to serve as your president, and while it may have been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country. Yeah, aka everyone leaned on me, and I finally gave up because the donors were out, and the country to stand down and focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. I will speak for the nation later this week in detail about my decision. For now, let me express my deepest gratitude for those who worked hard to see me reelected. I want to thank Vice President Kamala Harris for an extraordinary partner in all this work, and let me express my heartfelt appreciation to the American people for the faith you have placed in me. I believe today what I always have, that nothing in America can't do, or that there's nothing America can't do. Sorry, I had to misread the teleprompter at least once for this one. When we do it together, we just have to remember that we are the United States of America. Big dice. Okay, so he's resigning. It appears. He's resigning or he's lying. One of the two. How do you avoid getting Rajified? I don't know what exactly causes you to get Rajified, but we reduced our autonomy to protectorate. I think that us changing off for presidency might have made a thing. Yeah. The thing is, I could do it. It would be very left-leaning, so I don't recommend it. Wait, what? Oh, for you doing news? Yeah, I'm close to the middle, but there's a lot of stuff I think I believe that both parties wouldn't like simultaneously. Not like, I like stuff that they don't like and I like stuff that they don't like. No, I mean like both at the same time. Ooh, we should have thought about that a little bit more. Oh, the rural folk are still super happy. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're chilling. I mean, maybe we should have thought about it a little bit more. How easy is it for Punjabi to be accepted as EIC? I mean, you have to pass multiculturalism. We accept everyone now. But it's pretty rough early on. We actually have... Our radicals are going down, which is interesting. Despite us being on high taxes. Just because we don't discriminate anymore, I suppose. But yeah, talking about political stuff is a little bit weird because, like, I want to be open and transparent in a general sense, but one of the problems for me is that, like, the language I would use and the way I would frame things and talk about things is, like, different depending on who I'm talking to, and when I'm talking to a general audience, I actually can't tailor it in that way. And that, like, I was thinking about that earlier when someone asked why I don't like Trump on stream, and I had a hard time actually answering the question. And I gave the answer that I usually give to conservatives when conservatives answer the question, but the answer is different for conservatives and liberals because, like, I think that there's just, like, people are just sharing, like, a different set of facts, and you don't have the time, I don't have the time or ability to, like, argue the facts, right? Or, like, the background information or like this type of stuff and like just like impart a whole like discussion on like worldview itself, right? So then I have to try and make something with like the shared set of facts that I think the other person's aware of or the believes. And so like I think that conservatives and liberals have like a different set of facts, and so if I'm talking to a conservative, like I'm aware of what they think is like going to be more true or like stuff that they're dismissive of and this type of stuff, and I can't do it like if I'm talking to a liberal it's like the same deal. And so like the thing I objected to was like he's obviously way more sympathetic to Putin than I would like, because that's like I think something that's like in the shared factual like information that like conservatives can more get behind and understand in terms of disliking Trump. But it's like it's weird to talk about stuff on stream, like circling back, because I like the audience is like mixed, I assume. And like the goal is to have productive discourse. And if that's the goal, then like some things that it feels like you like can't really productively talk about. He should have hired and fired more generals. True. Dropping out, not resigning. Sorry, you're right. He's not resigning from office. He's not resting yet. Is this the revolt? Is this the revolt? That's Zanzibar? Bruh. How does that... I thought the capital's not supposed to rebel. How's this the capital, my guys? How did Zanzibar move their capital to the one little thing? Well, sucks to suck, I guess. I mean, does Zanzibar actually have more troops? No, they don't. If Zanzibar had more troops, we could subjugate Zanzibar here for a little bit cheaper. If you subjugate while they're having a rev, it's a little bit cheaper on the infamy. Oh, I forgot our navy will actually recruit up now. Oh, diggity damn. Maybe that's not the guy we wanted to promote. Market liberal, don't normally hate. You might kind of hate them right now because of laws we've passed. But I think we're going to do that. And then this is at 35. I think we want to get it up to 70. So we're just going to look at where we have the most unemployment. And 1, 2, 3, 5. And that should be okay. Gujarat doesn't have education right now, though. But we're incorporating it now. Let's also incorporate Hybridad. This. And I think all this. So we kind of can. Do we have multiculturalism? Yes. That'd be a crazy lie, that would be. Joe Biden going to stack the court with yes men and force the passive illegality of elections? Go Biden. Go Biden. Crazy to see that in a Vic 3 stream. A little bit. I mean, I think... Excuse us. We did not consent. We also can't capitulate out of here, which makes sense. Excuse us. I think the thing to do is to liberate. Yunnan. Spain, sick. Japan all side against us. Great Britain can't help us because they have a truce. Oh, we could go after Primorye, or Amur rather. They have a ton of gold here. And this will be in a different strategic region. Spain's still in there. Russia can't side right now. It's kind of what we want to go for. We could actually just conquer Kabul, though. What's your pop look like? Is it really high in some of these spots? No, we could just go after this. Just clean up the map a little bit. I was having an adjacency with... Oh, we have to enforce access rights on Kandahar, though. I don't think this is, like, the best war we could do, but it's, like, somewhat sensible. I don't know. You thought I was dropping out, but I got back. Gotcha. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Joshua now know my Discord account and can ban me. That's true. True if big. Who would have known that Kiko's Discord account was also Kiko? That's crazy. Kamala's the queen. I don't like Trump as a person, me neither, but because of the facts, he's an opportunist and will do that in every way. I've disliked Trump since before he, like, announced his presidency. So, like, there's nothing new in that one. Regardless of ethics for his own benefits, negative politics at a whole new level, yeah. Although, I mean, I think most politicians are just, like, super sellouts. So... I think what's, like, distinct and interesting about Trump is he's not, like, a politician. If you catch my meaning. Bro, can we just fight Spain and the Great Qing? I don't think we can. We could set up to be able to do that later. And maybe that's kind of what we should do. Start ramping stuff up a little bit. The thing is, we're actually hemorrhaging money super hard. We can't delete stuff because we have a rev brewing. Oh, hell yeah, brother. USA is guaranteeing independence. Let's go. If we ever want to fight Great Britain, we, like, have a really easy war for us. That hasn't been the goal, but we can't take over the block, actually, unless we fight them and then rejoin the block. I don't know how the hell we're supposed to do that, though, because they're not going to have anywhere near enough leverage to pull us in. We have way too much pop. As Sir Roger Scruton said, the new generation, like, can't form, like, 3 sentences without, like, using the word like. That's true. Weird quote, though. Do a poll to see how mixed the audience is. I mean, I'm curious. Yeah, okay. Let's do it. I mean, I think that this poll might be a little divisive, but... But I'm also curious. How do you identify politically? Let's do left, middle, left, center, and right. Although, notably, like, just to be clear, if you live in Europe, like, everyone who's in the US is right. Like, relative to European standards, right? Joe Biden's right-wing. You can answer the however you want, because it's just going to be kind of relative to wherever you live. But also, everyone in, like, the Western world is, like, left-wing relative to, like, the rest of the world, which is, like, a majority of the world's population. Yeah, so this should be over pretty quick here. Which will give us an interesting kind of foothold. I don't think we can send troops there through Kandahar unless Kandahar is, giving subject payments. Let's also come here. Do this. Why don't you join Ludi at Historia's multiplayer game with content creators at Journalists? Kind of a long answer. I don't want to talk smack, but, like, I also, like, I'm pretty, like, I used to watch a lot of Ludi, then it came out that he was, like, cheating with the thing. That bothered me, and I haven't, like, watched Ludi since. And I, like, don't have beef with Ludi, but, like, I've had, like, zero, like, interest in watching him, and I didn't want to play games with him. But at the same time, like, I just want to emphasize, like, as much as possible, like, just because he, like, cheated, like, a decade ago or like 5 years ago or whatever, it doesn't mean that's the same person he is now. But, like, I thought it was really distasteful to, like, pass certain runs off as legitimate, and then when people called you out for, like, cheating your runs, doubling down, and then calling the people who were calling you out, like, Nazis or something, like, that, like, didn't sit very well with me, so I, like, stopped watching him entirely. And, like, for me, that's, like, my reference point for Ludi. But again, like, I have very little reference experience, like, interacting with Ludi. He was present in, like, the Discord, the content creator Discord. I had, like, no problem with him there or anything like that. And I don't know him well at all. But that's the reason why I just wasn't interested. I'm closer to being a communist than a Biden supporter. I kind of hate both people's politics, but hate Biden's less. Yeah, so you would answer the poll as left. there's no communist option there. Commercialized agriculture will be nice if we can get it through. We also want to build way more navy because now we have access to torpedo boats, but also we're going to need a lot more explosives for those boats. So we want to get on that as well. I kind of don't like how they changed the UI so you can't auto-expand stuff as easily. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but... it's gonna play a little nice. Although I'm Portuguese, so I'll get out. Yeah, well, I mean, like, you can answer, like, everyone should just answer relative to their own country, but, like, just recognize that if most of the people who are answering the poll are Americans, right? And they answer, like, left, that left might be, like, conservative relative to, you know what I mean? The European. I'm pretty sure Vicky 3's fans skew liberal. It doesn't, like, surprise me that much, but, like, also I've said stuff that's, like, liberal leaning, so, like, I have also, there's, like, confirmation bias and this type of thing. The other notification went away, like, instantly. I don't know why that was. Yeah, we're losing too much money. We can't delete construction sectors right now because we have a rev brewing, but this is... You're either far righter or gay furry ultra liberal, no in between. Inside of you are two wolves. One of them's a furry. Imagine learning 9/11 level event in Generalist Victory stream. Oh god. I've been thinking we might play the political machine on election day, but I might just do that on a different YouTube channel. Oh, I forgot we have the balloons, dude. I haven't even seen these art assets before. Bro. We get little balloons. It's because we're using the balloon. I didn't realize that there was we have the reconnaissance, balloon reconnaissance. Look at that! Look at that! They're reconnaissancing. Little reconnaissance action on the balloons. I haven't seen those before. Hillary announced her candidacy? No shot. Wait, what? Bro. That's so bad. She should just stay in the freaking where she belongs. That's like just asking for like Trump to like whatever. I have a very strong dislike for both the Clintons. That's freaking wild, dude. I like also like kind of don't believe you. So now we have like 4 fronts with Great Qing. We don't want to fight them just yet, man. Finding spots to spend infamy is just like a little bit rough now. We could just go after just Lima for the company. To be fair, I was gonna say we could go after the company up here, but Scandinavia is already like broken free. We could just like release Iraq and go for that, which is kind of a weird one. You can see if Jodhpur is willing to let us annex them. No. And again, we're only gonna like save scum it if it's 100% uncapped. So this is 75% capped, but this would be like 200 whatever percent. So Jaipur we are gonna annex here. So we're gonna take a save. He was annoying on Apprentice back in the day. Yeah, well, like yeah, I've never liked Trump. I really do hate that, like, when so what happens with a lot of people when they're smearing the other side is they articulate someone as both like a moron and an evil genius simultaneously, and it's like that's not how things work. You know? And like that's how like yeah, whatever, that's like just a tangent. Have they nerfed the liberalism of the Intelligentsia recently? I think that they made that to make multiculturalism harder, more historically accurate. Well, the Intelligentsia, like, historically speaking, also just were, like, racist during this time period. Like, unambiguously so. They were trying to figure out which race was better and why it was white people. At what point do you take the black pill on electoral politics? I don't know what you mean by taking the black pill on electoral politics. What's the military meta in 1.7.5? So I've been meaning to try out having battery armies and pushing armies, having like half stacks defending of infantry and artillery, but generally speaking the meta is to be half infantry, half artillery, unless you have a particular reason to want the pushing bonus. So on landing squads where you do not think you will hit heavy opposition, Lancers are better for the rapid advance. However, it's also the case that how should I put this? I don't know exactly how troop borrowing works. And if you can borrow troops, it might be the case that you're just supposed to put massive half stacks on fronts. You know, half infantry, half artillery. You put them on the front, and then have everyone set to defend, and then you have one single 101 stack, which is using, one cavalry and one skirmish just to get rapid advance, and just have them borrow troops from the other squad to advance. And part of this, what affects whether or not this is good, is how does mobilization options apply to the battle? How does the general traits apply to the troops they're leading and this type of stuff? And I actually don't know what occurs there, because for the most part, if you just have a bigger military, you just win, and it's easier to just have a bigger economy and have a bigger military. And if you think a war is really close, it's actually probably not worth fighting, even if you'd win it. Generally speaking, you should just find a more profitable war that's easier to fight. Like, going after people who are really powerful is also just generally costs a lot of infamy and isn't very infamy efficient, so you shouldn't do it. And if you're not going to do it, then, you know, things change a lot if you're playing multiplayer, but we're not playing multiplayer. Do they already sell? Why can't we do the Suez Canal thing? I thought we put an interest down there. In Egypt, what the hell? Suez survey, please. Not like this. We're not gonna, well, we could update one of those, but I think we want to save it for colonial affairs, because we want to max out colonial affairs. Let's see if this is, no, that's not that. Maywar was the one? No. Is this? Yeah, it is. So we're gonna go after Gwalior here. Include European in the pool, though? Just like, are you politically aligned or European? Just have that be the poll. They're not gonna accept. Okay, they did accept. Oh, interesting. So we have a little chunk of infamy. I don't know if that's true about Europe at the current moment. I think it's even true about Europe at the current moment. Don't define them, play Vicky 3 instead. Interesting. Big if true. You're left wing compared to every party in the Netherlands. Netherlands is, my understanding, is pretty liberal, so that's pretty liberal. Oh, we have to rethink what we're gonna do here, because we is there a way for us to get free of them and also not leave the block? See, my understanding is we'll leave the block instantly for a subject. And we don't want to leave the block. We don't want to leave it. We want to take over it. And then rejoining is impossible. I think it's just straight up impossible, and we just have to edit our expectations here. It's funny when Republicans of the U.S. call Democrats Marxist. Yeah, that's, I think that's, like, yeah, that's silly. But, like, Marxist is not as inaccurate as communist. Like, a lot of liberals in the U.S., like, talk about dialectics of oppression, or they, like, hint at this stuff that is effectively, like, Marxist. Like, ideologically, just minus the whole communism bit. And so, like, Marxist is actually not that inaccurate. I still think it's inaccurate because they don't identify as Marxist or, like, and they also want market capitalism. But, like, ideologically, in terms of, like, evaluating things through the lens of, like, a dialectic, it's not that off. But, like, it's not dialectical materialism. So, it, like, isn't accurate. Hegelian would be, I guess, better. But ain't no Republican just going around calling liberals Hegelians. That's like... Hegel's the guy who influenced Marx. Yeah, we're not going to talk about essay on stream. There's, like, too much to dance around there. I have to tell you, absolutely tremendous, the construction we've doubled. You know, folks, I have to tell you, it's just tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. The construction we've doubled more doubly than anyone ever before. And all the losers and haters said it couldn't be done. But we're doing this great construction. The greatest construction that ever was. And believe me, folks, I know a lot about construction. I do, yeah. And when Ching comes up to me, they ask, "Generalist, how do you know so much about construction?" It's incredible, just incredible. So many people are saying it, and they're right. We construct a lot. The biggest constructions. What are we supposed to build? I think we have not been very aggressive about auto expands, and we should just get on that. Probably. Oh, we didn't finish turning on all of these because we couldn't turn them all on initially. Let's do that as well. We still might not be able to turn them all on. It's really a lot of engines. Alright, South Bengal, I think we have an edict. We're gonna get on just auto-expanding like everything in South Bengal. And expecting to see that kind of fill up the queue quite a bit. So really gonna build up in the capital there. And then North Bengal, we definitely can add some stuff, and almost certainly engines are gonna be really nice right now. So we'll add engines there. We'll add some engines here. We'll add some engines down here. Our one mappy state. To be fair, like, the mappy's not so... As long as you have iron, it's not, like, apocalyptic. But we'll do that. That should be okay. God, we're losing half a billion here. That's no good. Why are you not using any quality of life mods? Because when someone comes in and it looks modded, then they think the entire thing is just, like, apocalyptically modded. But maybe we should be. I'm this close to using the chainsaw mod. Hey journalists, really like your videos. I think an anomaly in your country's political climate, since I'm from Uruguay and you really dislike government control, that's most of your country. Interesting. So by right, you mean conservative? Generally, that's what people mean. Okay, but consider this is the internet around a paradox game. There's a pretty good chance the left answers are communists. I was surprised by the amount of, like, communists in my Discord. I thought that was really surprising, and also, like, the amount of communists, the people who are younger. Also, the amount of people who say they're communists, but, like, clearly haven't read any Marx. So, like... I don't... Yeah. I think if you're... Yeah. It is strange to me that someone would be, like, communist and also not having red marks. I don't... It's not like it's against the rules, but, like... It's a choice you can make, I guess. I don't know. That or libertarian, I believe. Yeah, like, if I were to describe myself, libertarian would be the closest, but I'm also, like, calling me a Marxist would not be inaccurate. But, like, it's more that I think Marx's, like, critiques of capitalism are legitimate. I just still think capitalism's the best form of government despite those critiques. Which is, like, kind of an answer that everyone can hate, right? But... Play Democracy 4 on election day, it'd be so funny. I was thinking of playing The Political Machine. It's journalist gaming, so you have to do it on journalist gaming. Oh man, I'm behind the chat quite a bit. No Google results for Hillary run? Okay, yeah. Hillary's a hoax. Yeah, Hillary would just be like, I also think that if Hillary were to run, like, I don't think you could pick a candidate worse than Hillary, actually. Other than, like, a paper bag. Like, I don't think you can pick someone who's a Democratic politician with more baggage than Hillary. It's also kind of nice that these incorporate really slow, because that means we're going to actually be able to have high literacy for longer. Even though we have more time to ramp up their literacy, so it is less of an impediment to our literacy than if they were 5-year incorporations. Or in some ways it's nice to have it like that. Overall, it's like we'd rather have the 5-year incorporation, but... You don't like Trump because he's not right-wing enough? That's a take. But, like, also I think that... I definitely think there are people more right-wing than Trump. Like, I think Trump's more of an opportunist and, like, than, like, actually ideologically, like, super right. Everyone just wants us to support their independence. We ask people to support ours? This is gonna give us taking positive relations with these guys. Hi man, I know your computer build. I have an AMD Ryzen 5600 processor. I think I have like 16 gigs of RAM, so not a lot of RAM. That's actually what I need to upgrade. Someone gave a big donation to upgrade my computer, but I haven't gotten around to it because I need to get a car so that I can actually just drive to Micro Center and do multiple trips. And that's probably coming next month. I could get one now, but I kind of want to get the car when I get it, so I have to wait a little bit longer. And then I have like 8 gigabyte graphics card that's like 10 years old, but was really nice back then, but it's probably like just like not very good now. This is actually, if this goes through, this will actually change our setup quite a bit. Rather, I'm wondering what processor RAM pair you're using. Yeah. I don't know the brand of the RAM, though. Student protests in Bangladeshi. I don't know about that. But someone in chat might be able to help you out. Also, I'm just trying to catch up a little bit. Marxist is wildly inaccurate. Us liberal understanding of history does not even approach dialectics. Yeah, well, but, like, the Marxist is insanely inaccurate because when the conservative is calling them a Marxist, they are meaning something other than, like, dialectical, like, dialectic of oppression, and the liberal is interpreting it as something other than dialectical oppression. But if you meant it in that way, it wouldn't be that inaccurate. But I suppose you're right. Like, maybe that's, like, actually just, like, kind of a stupid way of looking at it. It's definitely more accurate than communist, though. Ideologically Marxist, but not the communist bit. Fellows, is it Marxist to have beliefs? I don't think I've ever heard an American elected politician use the word dialectics. Yeah, that's probably like a stupid word to use. Thank you for the 2 months Prime subscription, Missouri, with the Joe Biden dropped out comment. And the follow from Baboop FX. We really have to find someone. God, this has just been my forever issue. I just, like, literally cannot find people worth, like, going after. Maybe we're just supposed to subjugate them. But we can't, because we're not big enough. Are we damaging relations with anyone? I don't think we are. For the purposes of being able to go after them. We would... Venezuela wouldn't be terrible. The problems were minor powers, so they're not smaller than us. Maybe we're just supposed to protect these boys. Yeah. Something like that. I don't know if that's correct. It's probably not correct, but... if you're not using your infamy decay, you're losing it. And we also want to catch up on chat. Because you guys are popping off. Hegel's the guy who fucking sucked to read. That is absolutely how, like, that is the first thing I think about when someone mentions Hegel. I first think of how much I hated reading Hegel, and then I think about his philosophy. Hegel was just absolutely brutal. I don't think I ever got annoyed as I was when I was presenting on him during your bachelor in history. Yeah. Well, that sucks even harder if you're a history major. Yeah, Hegel liked using words to mean different things. So for certain words, he had multiple meanings. And the meanings, like, would change, the meaning of the word would change the meaning of a sentence. Especially stuff like spirit. And so, like, reading him was really annoying because you had to, like, almost guess and check what he meant when he said something, like, multiple times. I don't think... Ban slavery in Brazil. Let's liberate Amazonia and then sway for ban slavery in Brazil. That's perfect for us. And we can't make more stuff primary. Oh, whatever. Great Britain's in charge of it because they're our overlord. We don't hate this super a lot, though, so it's fine. We were going to put in war reps and stuff, but this isn't too big a deal. It's only a big deal if Great Britain just decides to randomly conquer the stuff that we're trying to liberate. We're going to take the minus 15% enactment chance and just stall out the lodge completely. So that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Alright, so we'll just cancel here because we can't pass it. And then we'll go for colonial resettlement, which we can now pass, so that's kind of nice. Generalist audience is 50, 30, 20. Yeah, I mean, I identify as center. I was expecting a little bit more centers, but that also doesn't seem that unsurprising. I came to stream and saw doubling big construction, and I said, what a big construction you have. That's right. All the better to build you with, my dear. The thing that sucks here, though, is I think we're going to do all the fighting. Well, I mean, yeah, whatever. Are you pro-Trotsky or Stalin? I'm definitely not pro-Stalin, so if I have to choose between the two, it'd be pro-Trotsky, but I also don't think communism works. So... I think that capitalism leads to... My problem with capitalism is that it's not meritocratic, which is not an argument that I think capitalists hear a lot. But it's not meritocratic in that you're like, you're rewarding people for already owning money or capital, in terms of who becomes the winners and losers of society, not the people whose labor is most valuable. And I'd rather people get rewarded for having the most valuable labor than for having the money already. God, we're gonna like hemorrhage out. We need a bankroll so bad, or we're going to need to delete construction, and we can't delete construction until we start getting off of like passing laws. Can we just put the Intelligentsia or insurrectionary? Can we just exile this dude though? I feel so bad exiling a guy who's 78 though. We're not gonna do that. I think especially Vic 3 appeals to communists. That might be true. Communism's really good in there. The Vic 3 official Discord has so many communists in it. How dare you? A cornerstone of communism is not having read any theory. I mean, that's what it seems like today. Back in my day, when I was reading theory, I didn't encounter a single person who argued that they were a communist without having read anything. There are a lot of Christians that haven't read the Bible. I'd go right on a limb and say most Christians. Cover to cover? That's a long book. You might be right. I don't really know, though. Well, considering we don't have any war goals on Brazil... Well, actually, we do have the war goal of liberate Amazonia. That's right. Okay. God, I'm gonna flip out if the UK enforces our war in a stupid way, though, here. Which they probably will. God. I get the read that claiming any political identity is just cosplaying how little effect it has in the material world. With how little effect. It depends on the level of your involvement. But yeah, I think that saying that people are cosplayers is maybe kind of a fair way of looking at it. Ah, our interests have gained value. Surely we can get a sway in here for a bankroll. Only Americans call themselves communists. East Europeans know how horrible it is. Yeah, I've never interacted with someone who was under communism and is now not under communism that said that they like wish they could go back to the communism. But also, I'm not like Slavic or Russian, and I don't speak those languages, and like obviously, it's much less likely I'm going to encounter someone like that. So there's like a significant selection bias there. But I mean, I read books from people that like used to live in some of those things, but also the people who are like post hoc pro-communist, probably, if I were to guess, writing in Russian. It's probably not a book that gets translated, so there's some informational selection bias there. 53. 53, god damn it. We're only getting plus 36 from our military power, though. That's a vibe, huh? So we could get that up to plus 50. Those are rookie numbers. Communists these days, they haven't even read Das Kapital. How will they know how many yards of linen is needed for 2 coats? Bruh. I think the real question is how much straight white guy energy can Kamala's VP is gonna have. VP pick. You know what would be the wild VP pick? Obama. Can you imagine Obama's like, you know what? Just like, we're coming out of retirement, baby. Andrew Yang would be a great candidate. I think, I used to really like Andrew Yang. He's actually who I wrote in for 2016. I think that he's like a bit more of an opportunist now than like actually trying to be a public servant. So we should be a little bit better. Yeah, so we're a little bit better from military power. I guess the question is also, would we rather have a unified Germany? Probably. You guys generally like unified Germany. So we could try and yo-yo into this. So we would be getting max from military power. Let's save and see if we can. We can't yo-yo and actually see, because the True Shield States thing, but... Well, one problem is that France supports our independence and Prussia doesn't, but... We could also just, like, wait a little bit and see who joins where. And if that changes things. Oh, now we can only ask for independence. God, that's... I hate that. And they don't need our military power here. So we might reload and try and yo-yo into helping Prussia still. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Left is best, oof. Just like, go us. Formed Gross Deutschland for the first time, next to getting rid of Ferdinand, then EU time. Not like this, worst timeline. Doing your Krakow run, it makes you cry. Managed to have Prussia and USA support, but Austria helped Russia, and I can't do anything. Yeah, if you're completely surrounded, you can't do anything. I think that you maybe have to wait for the German unity thing, or unification stuff, but I really don't know the best way to do it. Let's see if we can bankroll here. Like, a bankroll would fix all of our problems. Prussia doesn't accept the support. Oh, and we actually get insta-swapped out, so we could try and see if we could do it with France then. That's a little grim. France actually should be more willing to accept after UK joins against them. Do you have tips on improving performance? Run fewer trade routes. There's also a lot of mods that, in theory, should help, but I haven't tried them out. But a big one for most people is trade routes. Especially there's this trade route bug where it creates trade routes that you didn't create yourself. So if you delete a bunch of trade routes, it'll improve performance generally. Is there a way for us to get a bankroll here? I don't really know. See, now we can't side against our overlord unless we're asking for independence, bro. Oh, France refused. Anyways. It was close. It was worth a try. Gramscian would be more accurate than Marxist. Yeah, but I think what I said initially was that Marxist was more accurate than communist. But Trump is the only president who praised Lenin. That's a vibe. Bro, I just think we just, like... One of the reasons we were so keen on staying a subject of the UK and not going for India is because we were like, yeah, as a minor power, we can get so many bankrolls, and then we've just proceeded to get 0 bankrolls over the course of this time. Other than the Egypt one. I thought it was going to be so hot, and then it was so not. Trump is more the useful idiot for the extreme right. His ideological basis stems from his character. He's an unprincipled opportunist. Yeah, I mean, I think I would generally categorize him as an opportunist more than, like, being, like, consistently ideologically right-wing. I mean, it was a while ago, but he used to, like, contribute to the Democratic Party. Like... Although, I mean, he might be more ideological now, to be fair, than, like, he was, like, he probably thinks of stuff more in us versus them types of ways than he did like 8 years ago. Passing colonial law when everything's taken? No, we could still get in there. We still got a dream. No, but we can get in here. Didn't we side with Great Britain in exchange for this? Why did we not get Congo Oriental? We sided on their side in exchange for that. Or I'm just misremembering stuff, I guess. We could ask for independence. That'd be cute, right? French war reparations wouldn't be terrible. I think we're actually just supposed to get independence here. Right? Because if we can't take over the bloc, we should just actually get on having our own bloc. I think we're gonna go trade league though. Oh, we can't go sovereign empire anyway. And the UK, when being involved in this, might be the time. Oh, we have to get out of this supply. Sure. So good that the free market's pushing out capitalism. Biden dropped out. Yeah, that's been kind of the talk of chat. Which is, I mean, I put money on both Biden and Kamala mainly because I just don't think it's going to be anyone but them. We already 31 a lot of stuff here. I mean, I guess we should just 30 here, because hit US. And I think we're going to, wherever we have the most, absolute most unemployed. I'm gonna hit that with a little bit of that. Because they do take up more labor. You can start as practically every country in 36 and turn them into council republic over the time by class struggle. The appeal for communists seems obvious. Regarding, like, yeah, this is also when communism came about, right? During this time period. So it definitely makes sense for the communists to be interested in this out of everything. Although Howie's probably decent. But this is also, like, a validation of their thing. Except, you know what really sucks? Command economy. And you know what Council Republic uses? They use market principles. So, like, when you go cooperative ownership, it just has to do with who owns the building, not, like, the market system. Like, I would not call this communism. Like, I mean, it's like much closer to communism than, like, where everyone at the at a firm owns the firm itself, but they're still making money, and firms are still, like, ownership still matters. It's not like a communism in no country has ever had a system where everything is cooperatively owned. In the United States, there are co-ops. They exist, and they just operate with, like, a regular market thing. But, like, the capital is, like, still a thing. It's just, like, owned by, like, the co-op. I was attending a meeting of youth wing of Turkey Communist Party, and I was the only one who read Communist Manifesto in the group, and they weren't there because they were woke or something. They weren't there because they were woke or something? I'm not sure why you're implying, or for what reason you were implying they were there then, when you're emphasizing that. When Christians say they read the Bible, they mean the New Testament. New Testament's pretty long too, right? It's been a while since I mean, I think I've read abridged versions of the Bible, like the entire Bible, but that's also abridged. And when I say I'm a communist, I mean market socialists. Well, now we're kind of talking about something else, right? If you want to have a bunch of safety nets, but then you still want to have private ownership of firms, then you're not, like, really a communist, right? Obama's wife, best candidate. I mean, I think For VP pick, what's the very best Kamala could pick? I think a lot of people want to see Michelle. I don't know if that's best though. That's a little bit of a tough one. Can you take over? Why can't you take over the block? Apparently you can't do it as a subject. We're gonna wait until we're over 15% over their prestige though, I think, just to confirm this, but apparently you can't do it. I mean, the quicker we get free, the better, but... Let's go up to 100 boats. We might be maxed out on interest from boats. So once this play kicks off, I mean, we could request support regime or even this. Do we still owe them an obligation? Not like this. Bro, that obligation's been around for so long, if that is the case. We gotta get our relations down with them. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. That should be easy, because we could just request knowledge sharing. If they say yes, that kind of sucks, but... like, if they say no, it damages our relations. Alright, now we can rival some more people. We'll rival Haiti. Apple States, I don't think is gonna interfere with us. Super nice that we could get all this Diplo basically for free, though. We do like that. I hate how you get less diplomacy from stuff you do against people you have a lobby against. I think it should be the other way around, but... I didn't realize we'd gotten to plus 50 somehow. I thought we were at like plus 30 just a while ago. Very likely to accept here. So we will not do it. Or we could side against them in a play. Like, we could side against them here. We could get a bankroll, though. We could probably yo-yo sway a bankroll here. Wait, what is this? Wait, what? This world gold is valid, obviously. But it's not independence? Bro, what is this war goal? We just get auto-pulled into this? I don't even remember... I thought we were asking them to support our independence, not offering to support theirs. What is this? Oh, I guess it's mutual? I mean, this is gonna hurt our relations with them. I think there's no chance they enforce on us. They have regime change on us, so they're not going to get enforced. Yeah, okay. Whatever. We're still trying to catch up with the chat while keeping the game going, so I guess we'll just mobilize those armies. And... no unified Germany? Terrible. Play Great Britain annoys you just because India trashes your agriculture. When you're conquering Africa, every agricultural building is red because of India. Just release them then. Cooperative ownership was one of the main goals of the revolution of Germany in 1918. No. You know, if you attend communist meetings in the USA, people are there because of identity politics. Turkish communists aren't into identity politics very much. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, we would go for a bankroll, but we could also just side for a state. Except for last time we did this, they didn't actually transfer the state, so I don't know what that's about. We would actually love British Congo, though. Because we also can't deck on them if we have a truce, man. We're just selling out our fellow people. I think we'll go for this, just so we have an area of ingress up here. We just hope that it works. Wait, what the hell? We swayed, but we can't swap sides. We swayed, but we're still on this side. I don't know what that's about. Says they accepted our support. Interesting. They were regular USSR-style communists, but didn't even read the manifesto. Got it. Expel diplomats? I don't want to take on 10 infamy just for that. There's also cooperative ownership in the Paris Commune. Exclusively? We could expel diplomats, but I don't want the negative relations. Load? Load for this? I mean, we could. I do think this war is extra dumb, and we can't... Since there's a war goal on us, we can't do our thing. I mean, we could. Also, we're caught up in chat, so... Support independence with subjects is mutual. Yeah, that was my mistake, then. Your fellow subjects looking at you with the worst betrayal in their eyes. I think that our sway just didn't work, though. I think it was just rigged. I think we want to cancel that relationship, then. No. God, it doesn't ask for independence for us, though. We would be fine if it asked for independence for us, but it doesn't. You know what? There we go. That solves our problem, that doesn't it? I mean, we kind of wanted to stay in the block to see if we can pass them with the prestige, but also kind of don't. Can you sway again for even more transfer state? No, I think it was blacked out. Paris Commune only lasted for a few weeks, so cooperative ownership was first enforced on the workshops that had been abandoned by their owners fleeing the city, but the idea was to expand that to all. Yeah, I think in theory, like, cooperative ownership sounds nice. And I don't mean that, like, with a follow-up, but in practice. I mean, like, I think that, like, that would be, a good way of doing things. I have no idea how you would transition stuff to a cooperative ownership, though. And also, it seems like there's a lot of things that you would want to be the case with a cooperative ownership that, like, Do we do that? Colonial resettlement stalls either way, but that's fine. Is there no way to stay in the block without being a subject? I don't think there is. That's what we would want. We're gonna end the political poll. I think the moment of talking about the politics and Biden dropping out is maybe... people are less interested in that now. Because, I mean, like, beyond the news that he's dropping out, there's, like, not an enormous amount of news, right? As far as I can tell. That is super interesting, though. This guy's got some problems. We will use him in our army. I think we absolve this with Persia. I wish we could use it in some sort of useful way in regards to things we have on them, but it doesn't look like we can. Today there are several hundred factories in Argentina that are taken over by the workers and turned into cooperatives and run by their full assembly. Yeah, but there's never been a place that does the entire economy like that, right? It's just something that occurs, like, within a capitalism. So screw the primary voters then? What do you mean? Oh, with Biden? Yeah. I guess. I mean, like, there's no way for them to force him out. But if he wants to step aside, that's, like, that's on him. I don't know. Took 3 years to pass laissez-faire. I missed the deadline to appease the industrialists. Big Sag. Agrarianism, traditionalism. Someone ban this guy. Our Navy actually probably can beat up the UK's Navy because we just have oh, we have 2 admirals. I mean, their fleets are too spread up with too many admirals. We can actually dust them up here. Yeah, let's do it. That's not the guy we selected. Also, why does this guy have dudes mobilized? That's not... Oh, wait. They do just have regular guys. Alright, fair. If we mostly just defend this front, then... they actually can't enforce on Prussia, and Prussia will get to annex most of the stuff for Germany, and then white peace, I think. And then we'll just enforce on the UK. That's what I'm hoping. I think Biden just resigned from running it. Yeah, he didn't resign. He dropped out of the race, so he's still president. Stalin's co-op farms are not so co-op. It's sad to see people see them. It's sad that people see them as a case study. Well, so here's one of the problems with every time you talk about someone who's pro-co-op or pro-communism or this sort of stuff, and you bring up, hey, the USSR was really bad. Hey, Mao killed a lot of people. Hey, Venezuela's not doing too hot. Although Venezuela is maybe a little bit more complicated. Or maybe not more complicated, but like, there are other reasons for Venezuela doing poorly, right? But anytime you do that, they're like, hey, but that's not that's a bad example of like what communism is or should be or this type of thing. Although I imagine I don't know anything about Stalin's co-op farms, and there might be a spectacularly bad example. So I'm not talking to about that specifically with like this kind of critique. But then you you look at capitalism. Capitalism doesn't work anywhere near as well in practice as it should in theory. Like the capitalist theory is that like firms will always be in competition with each other, and this pushes down prices and it benefits the consumer. In practice, that's really not what happens. But in theory, like, it's just wildly good for the consumer. So can we nationalize their buildings while they're... Oh, we can't nationalize any buildings at all, right? But if we go co-ops, we just automatically nationalize all their buildings. But the idea is like capitalism in practice fails to be as competitive as capitalism in theory could be, and when capitalism works in theory is like when you have perfect competition, which is never the case in actuality. So like you have to compare like the actuality versus the actuality, or the theoretical versus the theoretical, because the theoretical in capitalism is the value all goes to society, and firms basically make nothing. And that's not how it works in actuality. If the revolution in Germany would have won, we would have an example. I mean, if the revolution in Russia failed, maybe people would be saying if the revolution in Russia won, we would have an example. Trump is a legend? I disagree. The photo of Trump fist in the air will be remembered for the rest of the human race. That is a spectacular photo. Like, all those photos are really, really good. I definitely agree. We are not going to pass resettlement. God, this sucks super hard. We don't want to pass protected speech. Get the frick out of here. Garibaldi. I mean, we could grant him leadership at this point if these guys ever stop being insurrectionary. It's time to get raided. I think they're actually just landing. Pegu, Orissa, Pegu, South Bengal. South Bengal, I think. Is any of this in the South Bengal HQ? One is in the South Bengal HQ. Alright. We'll mobilize this. AI is so much more aggressive about this, and I freaking love it. They don't just, like, mono-land the capital anymore. We're still going to be able to defend, but we need now a few armies to defend. We don't want foreign investment agreements with them, so... Get a baboop, though. I think I missed Cephalopod Jones, but thank you for the follow. Nuri EV, what? Thank you for the follow. Like, I think capitalism also, if it worked as well as it does, like, if it worked in accordance with, like, the theory of how capitalism should work, it would also be much more meritocratic. Yeah, I guess we just... They want to land 4 places, that's fine with us. They certainly have the fleets to do that, but that means their fleets are not going to be opposing us here, so we're happy with that. And we're actually landing Great Britain right now, so... There's an alternative history start for Germany and Japan and Hoey. The theory would be very naive if the theory considers patents exist. No, patents are not... patents are anti-competitive. Like in a theoretical model of perfect competition, patents would not be allowed. Oh, we're getting landed in 5 places. Wow. Wow. Of course, they don't have too much to defend with. I guess they have the 60 stack defending now. Didn't look like they had that before, but... They want to have an 80 stack just sitting back. We will just station here and wait. Do either one of these guys have... No, they don't have convoy raider. Well, one of these guys will raid the convoys. That'll be fine. If the DNC puts Harris forward with without a vote, they handed the GOP the win. I don't know anyone who'd vote for Harris. Well, there's a couple things. I mean, I think it has to be Harris, but I could explain, like, one, there's over $100 million in a campaign fund that can only be accessed by Biden or Harris. So you would have to refund campaign contributions and just not gain access to that money. And that's a lot of money. But sure, maybe you think Harris is worse than $100 million. You also have to convince Harris to step aside, because there's about a 0% chance you can unify behind one candidate if it's not Harris. But maybe you want to do the whole, like, rank order thing and then eventually get to the thing. But if you step over Harris, or if the Democratic leadership steps over Harris, and there's not some sort of system for it, that will make people who like Harris, which are non-zero, incredibly upset. Like, that's a really good way to upset women and people of color. If the candidate you choose is not also a person of color or a woman, that Harris gets stepped over. So, like, if you had Gavin Newsom, you would make so many voters, like, way less enthusiastic. And this doesn't seem to be a substance election. This seems to be an enthusiasm election. Whoever wins this election is going to be the people who get, like, more people to turn out. So... like, because people aren't convincing anyone on the substance. The country is, like, too divided for that ish. But, like, if you get 80% of your guys to come out and they only get 60%, that's how you win. People were screaming, gun for minutes because it's a rowdy Trump rally. SS blew it off. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I thought you were saying the Nazi SS, not the Secret Service. I was like, what? What are you talking about? I was so confused for a second there. I think that we want to go for it. Should work. Man, it sucks that we... Hopefully we can get colonial resettlement. I mean, we have 11% chance. My kingdom for this guy being a jingoist, right? We can make him a Democrat. I don't think he'll be more happy as a Democrat, though. I have a whole bunch of these coming in. Looks like Russia's not in very good shape here. But I don't think we need anything to enforce independence, so... we just need to survive. Does this automatically put us in? It does. We only have 23 here now. So we could try again. And we could keep doing this until, like, it succeeds, but if they could get guys back in time, which they might be able to off this front, then, like, it's maybe not very productive. I thought Garibaldi was trade unions. No, he could be either one, if I recall correctly. We're not supporting anyone's independence here anymore. So we can push through this 24 stack, but I think they're gonna say, yeah, they're sending more people. So... let's mobilize a little bit more Jews. We're also, like, have significant money problems, but we can't delete construction. God, they're probably gonna put... okay, they put Guangdong Treaty Port in on us. That's kind of obnoxious, because I think we actually have to cover that ourselves. Oh my god, they got in. Where'd they get in on? Alright. Yeah, I can play a lot better now. I guess there's a new soup we're swimming in. I didn't see a naval invasion going. I assume they landed here, and this is Southeast Asia, and we just missed it. Yeah, they landed Indochina. I'm surprised they got in on South India through 50 troops. I don't know how that happened. Unless stuff's just assigned funny, but... We'll keep it in the 40 stack, just defending here. God, did our army get yeeted? What the hell happened there? Our army just got yeeted? Come on, dude. I guess we'll have the China army on the other side here. Oh, we get really good front spaghetti here. I think we're in okay shape as long as we can protect the capital, but... Now this doesn't work. Okay, and we're just gonna put that guy there. I think we maybe assign this guy to the front, though. See what we can do. A shame we didn't have an interest here, because we probably could have swayed for a bankroll, but it's probably fine. Bring in a Shadow Realm army to try and clean this up as well. Actually, that army is probably better over here. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to focus up a little bit here. The Russian and German Revolution happened in very different societies. That's true. The organized working class was established in Germany and had political power for several generations. Yeah, I can't speak to like what would have happened, I guess. I mean, I accept that the context could be different, but I think you understand my point to some extent, which is that like people look through what could have been and like with rose-colored glasses with the idea that the ideas they think are better would have worked out better. And you can like, if you're going to evaluate something based on its ideal, or then you have to like comparing it to something else, you also have to like compare it against the ideal. And if you're going to evaluate something based on its like practice, then you also have to do it against the practice. Son of a bizzle. Hey Gene, how's it going? Are the colonized about to take over the colonizer? I was thinking we could do it. Someone told me we couldn't do it. And so, oh, well, that goes, they'll be minus 15. I don't think we want to make them minus 15. God. I thought we passed commercialized agriculture. I guess we didn't. Pain. Well, we don't want to make these guys that mad. They are pretty mad, though. We need to make the Intelligentsia happier, too, here. Just, this is, like, very weird political, like, situation here. Kind of declining to go council or to go for the thing there. And I think we're gonna go wealth voting. Makes our Intelligentsia mad. I don't want to exile a guy who's 79 though. We want to get rid of him, but I don't want to exile him. I think we'll just go for this. To be fair, we could abdicate with this guy. I just don't want to abdicate to that. Maybe we can find something else. No. It's kind of nice. To be fair, I don't think we have good mobilization options on all these guys. There's no patents, there's no incentive to innovate. That's not true. That's just, like, actually false. The incentives to innovate are not commercial. There's definitely an incentive to innovate. And there's significantly less commercial, like, incentive. But, like, the guy who invented insulin made no money off of it. And also, it's, like... It's just not commercial. But also, like, patents are, like, just, like, not meritocratic, like, in that way. Like, once you already have the patent in place, once something's already been discovered how to do it, right? Then, God, this sucks so hard. Then your execution of doing it is not any better than someone else's by virtue of you having discovered it. Vanguardism only gained ground in Germany slowly, and even the Communist Party slowly converted to after 1923. For someone who's read Marx, I do not know, like, the different brands of, like, communism all that well, from the perspective of, like, differentiating them. Like, my theory is more, like, in line with, like, Marx than, like, practical implementation. Marx didn't talk that much about it, practical implementation. We could bring our navy back and actually just re-land a bunch of our stuff to take our coast back if we wanted. Maybe this is the solution here. I don't think we're landing them. I mean, they only have a 10 stack back at home, but the problem is they just bring everything back once we start landing. Neither side is going to capitulate. Oh, they can regime change us? Oh, we really don't want to get regime changed. That is apocalyptic if we get regime changed with homesteading and voting. We might be about to enter the worst timeline, everyone. I thought they needed our capital to enforce on it. They don't have full occupation. I feel like this has been changed. Regime change used to require capital, no? Now it just requires any occupation. I did not know that, like, I would have played this war a bit different. I think we're gonna get enforced on them. Kinda sucks. I thought they needed capital. RFK for Democrat leader. I mean, he's the other candidate, I suppose. You make a kind of argument. I think RFK, if the Democrats are trying to win, I think RFK is a stupid choice. A lot of Democrats just view RFK as like a fake Democrat. Brainworms 2024. Yeah. AOC as president? AOC would be like... I don't think AOC would be a good choice, but she might do better than Kamala. Oh, this sucks. I didn't realize that... I guess we're kind of okay with a white peace. We're just gonna get enforced on here, though. Which is just super brutal. Is there a way for us to do anything? No, I just think we just have to, like, I just think we just suffer and then die. God, that sucks so hard. We can't even get in over there. We actually do need a decent sized navy because of what they're doing over here. Maybe we just pull the navy back. Enthusiasm vibes over substance. Yeah, well, the problem is like, it's not about like nuanced and like each side having a different positions. Literally everyone on each side has the exact same positions on like nearly everything. So there's no candidates with like mixed opinions, and so it's just like, yeah. In the UK, ever since Boris Johnson, all of our candidates have been saying, I'm serious and boring and smart, vote for me, and this Starmer wins that competition. Starmer. I'm not familiar with Starmer. Is that a British word? Yeah, well, once we have our navy here, we actually don't have to worry about keeping guys in to prevent landings. We also eventually do lose to this universal suffrage thing. But we can abdicate to it too, right? Do we do this and just abdicate to the universal suffrage, exile dissident? This, I think, pulls us off of Council Republic. Maybe we're not super committed to Council Republic anyway, though. I mean, I don't think we want this rev, but we kind of like that Garibaldi's stopped agitating for this other thing, but I don't think... I think we just go census because they don't care. Oh, we should have waited. Oh well. We should have waited to see if these guys would leave the movement and before starting immediately. That was loose. That was my bad. Should have waited to let them leave the movement. We want the approval on our industrialists. I love that, like, dialogue options, what culture versus what culture. Maybe there's a shot that we couldn't bring this back, but I'm pretty sure our liberty, we're just like, our war support's really low. Wait, why do we have 0 war support instead of negative? Do we just perfectly time it? No, okay, we perfectly timed it. UK, like, wants out too, though. Oh, now they actually have the capital. Oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't think that that would work, frick man. I think we're just gonna pull everyone back. That should get in because they never have anyone defend those fronts like that ever. Or maybe they weren't enforcing us below 0 and then they just took the capital there. Alright, the 26 stack needs to get in. Actually, we just need to prioritize this different. America just needs to be so toxic when it comes to politics and the media. Well, they just need to pull the money out of politics as a big part of this. It's been a decade of constant attacks to destroy it while they destroy our quality of life. I mean, like, one of the problems is, like, the incentive structures reward this type of stuff. Yeah, we can't get their war support down because why? We really have to take capital for independence? It can't be enforced below 0 without that, Jude. I don't think that's how it's worked in the past, man. Do you not have enough? You have no org. What are we doing here? Okay, you can't land without org. You have org, you can land. Is the EIC the only country that has a company bonus? Wait, what? I don't know what you mean by that. God, we're about to get him forced out. Oh, it's taken so long for us to... It's taken like 50 worth of war support for us to get a navy here and start landing this. Okay, so now they don't have our capital. And the question is will they stop enforcing out? I don't know the answer. I don't have the answer, Sway. You have full orgs, so let's use you to land. Are we stuck at 73, or are we gonna do... Okay, they can't regime change us unless they have the capital. Perfect. Okay. We just have to defend the capital. Which should be fine. So we should be trending towards a white peace at some point in some time. Once... we wish the revolution would go away, though. Rip the dream. So we could delete construction. That's another reason why we shouldn't have put in the law immediately. Just read Biden is bowing out. Yeah. But it works on 7 a.m. Yeah, Biden's had enough. I mean, I think it, like, writing was kind of on the wall when, like, well, a little bit on the wall. I thought he was good, I thought there was, like, maybe a 30% chance or 40% chance he was going to be obstinate, but when everyone who was, like, big in the Democratic Party started publicly being like, bro, you gotta stop, then it was like, yeah. When should you generally switch to Steam Donkey? You should switch in places that are having labor problems. If you're not having labor problems anyways, like running out of labor, then you should like just kind of not switch. Let's just go to Zeppelins and corporations, I guess. Okay, what's this? This is the only pressed war goal here? Yeah. We accept, we're down with that. Now, they have a piece of us in this. Which reduced East India autonomy should be no longer valid. And all of these are targeting us. So I guess this is going to be another attempt to white peace. But we have nothing we need to enforce now. What's this about? I feel stupid. Can we not do a naval landing from this interface? Or we just click on the thing? But it breaks all of our rivalries, unfortunately. So look at this negative Diplo. We'll also make a power block. It's gonna be a trade league. I guess we actually have to do it like right now. Let's catch up on chat though. Imagine being the guy who invented flashlights, not like this. You'll start paying taxes to the US government wherever you go. Can renounce tax citizenship for taxes. Your president is gonna be made to resign. What? Do you mean in game or? In your theory, capitalism would be zero innovation because it is only through goodwill and lack of competition, so it doesn't seem that crazy in practice. Things can do better than theory. Wait, what? I don't understand exactly what you're saying, Connor. In your theory, capitalism... Okay, it's not my theory. It's perfect competition under economic theory. Like, if you just, like... The definition of perfect competition in economics is, like it's not my... it's not my theory. It is... But the way that it works is such that you, like, if you have a patent is of a controlled monopoly. Monopolies lead to deadly loss to society. The reason why they include patents is because they think that the innovation will cause more benefit to society than the other thing. But I'm not, like, proposing that they eliminate patents. I am saying that patents eliminate competition and they cause deadweight loss to society. Now, if that deadweight loss to society is less than the benefit you get, then it's worth it to, like, give patents. I don't know a way to, like, empirically solve that. I definitely think in the case of, like, pharmaceuticals, that it is not the case. And that pharmaceutical patents, the society would be better off without it. And also, you can't prevent other countries from, like, stealing your patents, right? And then selling the drugs. And so there's, like, an enforcement issue there as well, which you would not run into if you just didn't have the patent yourself. Biden won't resign, he'll remain president. Sorry, I keep... Yeah, he's not resigning. I keep on fumbling how I'm saying that. Alright, there's our ability to land. We'll just land here. We don't care about anyone else enforcing anything, really. So... This is a little bit too high. God, why is this so high? Giuseppe, he's 80. Can he just die? Once more into the breach, dear friend. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's a front. Where things are kind of happening. It sucks that they actually still count as supplied in here, so we'll actually have to fight them, like, out normally here. Despite not having any coast. We need to actually secure a whole bunch. Oh god, we had to not unpause. Shoot. That's a really substantive mistake. We needed to not unpause before all our rivalries broke so that we can make our thing. What are we spending all this on? Okay, we're just gonna have to stop improving relations with everyone. That's not too big a deal. We have some trade agreements. I think we could keep those. Oh my god, my eyes. Where is improved relations? Alright, we're improving relations, yeah, with a lot of people. Fair. We still need to get to 500, though. I think we're gonna do external trade, too, so... well, we are currently... We could rival up Brazil. I don't hate rivaling Brazil, to be honest, so let's rival up Brazil. Because I think we fight Brazil at some point anyways, and then... Are we bankrolling anyone? Maybe let's get rid of any bankrolls we have that we... No, okay. Funding lobbies. I know we're doing that to some people. Can you show the ones we have? Is that really not an option in the UI? Shoot. Okay, well. Get rid of the Ceylon one. And the Chile one. Okay, now we can make our power block. We can customize all this stuff later. So I think we're just gonna slot in stuff now. I think we want this. I think we want a trade league. So we're gonna form this block. Hopefully that's not taking anyone too low. Yeah, we do get... So, the... Why did their attitude improve? But okay. Oh, they're trying to land us in Macau. That is not good. We can't move that guy. Move that guy. Okay. Not every day you see an opinion that's just plain wrong. Congrats. I have no idea whose opinion you're talking on. Innovation's value comes from the innovation itself, not only due to being the only one who can make use of it, but there's still incentive. But what I'm talking about is a system where there's no patents. So I don't think Connor has... I mean, I think Connor's like... I disagree with the primary thrust of what Connor's saying, but I also don't think there's nothing there. Why can't we have more than 2 bad choices for president? You would prefer 3 bad choices? That's fair. I would prefer a 3rd bad choice as well. I'm still probably gonna write in for Jimmy. Well, actually, no. I need to see who the Democratic candidate would be. But my plan was to write in for Jimmy if it's Biden versus. But also, I've like intentionally become a single issue voter, and that's getting the money out of politics. And so if there's an incumbent who has not done that, then I'm just like completely unwilling to vote for them. Okay, I think we just will be able to white beast this for on our end of things. Looks like they're going for other people. Well, maybe we could help out other people as well, just a little bit. Like if we put this in Australia, it's gonna be hard for them to land, huh? And I think that we're pushing them out pretty handedly here now. Not if there's infinite competition, those margins will go away instantly, which is his theory. It's not my theory. You keep saying it's my theory. I'm describing perfect competition in, like, economic, like, theory, which economics also says never exactly happens because you never have perfect information. A big reason why, like, corporations can, like, brutalize the consumer is because there's an asymmetry in how much information a corporation has about the thing that they're selling and the market for that thing, and the market and the information the consumer has. But, like, you keep saying it's my theory, like it's like something I made up, I came up with, like the theory of, like, what perfect competition looks like. And, like, I'm telling you, like, you could, like, open up an economics textbook and it will say, like, that there's several assumptions for perfect competition. Like, Here, this is the first result. I haven't read any of this. The market consists of many buyers. Any single buyer represents a small fraction of all the purchases in the market. So there's not a someone who has undue buying power or, like, complete buying power such that they can manipulate the sellers. Due to the insignificant impact on the market, the buyer acts as a price taker, meaning that the buyer presumes her purchase decision has no impact on the price change for a good. The buyer takes the price as given and decides the amount of purchase that best serves the utility of his or her household. Market consists of many sellers. Any single seller represents a small fraction of the purchase in the market. Due to insignificant impact on the market, the seller acts as a price taker, meaning that the seller presumes that its product decision has no impact on the price change for the good by other sellers. The seller takes the price only given and decides the amount to produce will generate the greatest profit. And just to be clear, if anyone has a patent, then the market consists of a single seller. This is where this violates the assumption of perfect competition. Any patent makes it so that there is not, in fact, many sellers. Firms that sell in a market are free to either enter or exit the market. Firms that are not currently in the market may enter the market as sellers if they find that the market attractive. This is generally not the case in practical speaking, because it is too hard to enter to compete with some industries. For example, there is too big a barrier to entry to compete with Amazon, such that even if Amazon increased their prices by 5% or something like this, no one could just swoop in and just take all that market share. Firms currently selling in the market may discourage participation as sellers if they find the market unattractive. Exiting firms might also continue to participate in different production levels as conditions change. The goods sold by all sellers in a market is assumed to be homogeneous. Again, this is not the case because you have branding, but this is for perfect competition for the assumptions of like producing maximum value under capitalism, as the model says. You actually have to have a perfect competition. Otherwise, you start to have monopolistic power, which causes deadweight loss to society. This means every seller sells the same good, or stated in another way, the buyer does not care which seller he sells from, etc., etc. Buyers and sellers in the market are assumed to have perfect information. This is also definitely not the case in reality. But I'm saying, in a theoretical sense, this is how capitalism operates theoretically. So if you're going to compare communism theoretically, you have to compare it to capitalism theoretically, which produces a ton of value for specifically consumers, because anytime there's any profit to be made, another firm just enters the market and swoops up that profit, right? Which lowers the price because there's more competition. It's like, it's not my theory. But yeah, it does make it so that firms basically don't make money, or they make an amount of money that is like enough to support like all the people working there. I'm about to get regime change, so council wouldn't change anyways. Oh, I'm a little behind. Author Ash Housewares and Seabold, thank you for the follows. Big nice. And Anatomical Panda. I think you already. If you become better than you were before, it doesn't matter if everyone becomes better alongside, you're still better than you were before. The net gain is greater than 0. So if you're operating under perfect competition, it effectively like becomes it trends towards an equilibrium of like not effectively every firm makes the exact same amount of money as every other firm who does any other thing. But there's like acting like financial incentive is the only incentive to innovate is like the primary thing I disagree with. Like the guy who invented insulin didn't care about making money. There's tons of people working on medicines that don't care about money. There's a lot of people who contribute money from their pocket to firms that like to cancer foundations that do research on like how to fix stuff, and people who do research on how to do medicine. So acting like even if you had a perfect competition that no innovation would occur is just wrong. Like there's so much money that gets like donated, and also the government also provides money for solving some sicknesses too, which is like when you're talking about efficiency, you have to compare it to like how things could be efficient in another way. It's possible that just giving government funding to scientists to innovate is more efficient than giving patents to corporations that make medicine, right? Like in terms of talking about either efficiency, just efficiency that is not lost in the deadweight loss created to society, because what ends up happening is, I mean, I don't want to explain how deadweight loss to society works with monopolistic power, but like, if someone has a monopoly, what ends up happening is that society overall is hurt because the monopoly underprovides the good, and people who would be willing to pay more, less than the monopolistic price, such that more overall value for society would be created, can't end up purchasing the good. And that's what happens with like medicine. Like bros be dying out there with a quarter in their hand, which is enough to afford insulin, but they can't afford the insulin because it's expensive. And I'm talking about the cost to produce insulin, but like also, yeah, like people do stuff for reasons that are non-economic, and there would be people who are trying to create insulin, as evidenced by the guy who created insulin did not get paid for it. So, on top of like you actually can finance something without a patent. Because the government can pay for it, or you could have, what is it, charities pay for it, or charities running to do stuff. Starmer's a lawyer who got the police off the hook for setting up some guys up for murder. He's now prime minister. He took all the evidence home and lost it. Oh no. Speaking of fleeing the capital. That's kind of funny. That's what's the there's like there's a British expression for someone who doesn't deserve their position, and it's like it's someone's name. I forget what the name is, but I love the origin of that one too. It's like Uncle something. Oh, Bob's your uncle? Yeah. Yeah, our Navy will forever be able to stop that. So I don't think we have to worry. I don't think this is a front. No, it's not. This is not connected, so they're never going to enforce that on us. Now, our Navy can't forever stop that and forever protect our coast, so it is what it is. I remember you always having to take their capital, but it was in the back of the days of multiple landings making it easy. Yeah, I mean, they recently did a change where you have to take incorporated states for war reps, and I was thinking it was part of that. I'm so far behind in chat now, though. His theory is that it's beneficial for the consumer, which is probably the best thing to be beneficial towards either way. Yeah, because if everyone's a consumer, so the same people who are working in the firms or owning the firms are also consumers, right? So it leads to a much more level, equal society. Man Trival, thank you for the follow, big nice. In theory, capitalism does not lead to a society where one person has all of the wealth. In the theory of perfect competition, which is the ideal that is held up when you're arguing why capitalism works. My example is meant to show that sometimes things go better than theory. I don't think... I think if you could get the outcomes from perfect competition, that would be preferable to what we get. I think also if consumers had a lot more money, some people might actually just spend their free time trying to solve cancer if they could afford to work for less time. I don't think that would be the norm. I don't think everyone would be out there solving cancer, but I think that would be non-zero. SSA 1300, thank you for the follow, big nice. But innovation definitely does not only happen as in response to financial incentive. Oh, we should have read that closer. This is this rev's kind of close. Actually, census suffrage is never going through, man. We already have, yeah, whatever. I almost want to go back to landed voting. God, this is so cursed. Giuseppe, can you please just stop being Giuseppe? Also, if the second we could put these guys in government, by the way, we would A, be fully righteous, and B, they would lose, they would be at -12 instead. Wait, can we confirm this? Oh my god, we can. It's magical. They're getting -10 for being outside of government. Because we have negative max authority. We don't want to get those guys out of government by making them too upset. There's kind of nothing we can do right here that's productive. God, that sucks. Now you want to agitate for parliamentary republic? Jesus, dude. I mean, that's super cute. I've never been able to go parliamentary republic because we had council republic. I mean, I think we'd prefer the trade union and political strength, in theory, but this allows us to maybe get more done, practically speaking. I think we want these guys to just become demarginalized, and then they would actually be, decently strong. We can't bolster them now, though. The EIC is a company with an opium tea tobacco bonus. I think the UK could put it in. When Pelosi talked about it publicly, I knew it wouldn't be long unless he was too stubborn. Yeah, but I thought there was like I was of the same opinion, but I thought there was more than 30% chance he's too stubborn. That's kind of cool. I think we're super okay getting a trade agreement. We already have a trade agreement. What the hell? What is this? Dissolve our trade agreement. No, not like this. I didn't mean to click that. Shoot. We could dissolve it and then renew it, right? I think we almost certainly want to wait for relations to come up higher, though. They're only 51. They'll go to 81. Enact parliamentary republic. I mean, I guess we could just do it. It's not like we're trying to pass communism. The thing is like, well, we could just go cooperative ownership. The Industrialists will radicalize and exit. I didn't realize that they would support this change, despite not having the... I mean, maybe that's better because, I mean, let's be real here. A ton of our ownership, if we look at the GDP ownership map mode, like, big swaths of our economy are owned by the UK, and we would rake all that back if we swap either to interventionism or to Council Republic. Council Republic would be a vibe, though, huh? Is it worth us just taking over all their buildings? I mean, they can't buy our buildings now. Oh, we can finally delete construction though. Companies making money due to monopolies is better though? Is not better though? So when a company makes money due to a monopoly, value is lost. Okay, maybe we talk about deadweight loss. Or at least just show a graph of it. Okay, here's a graph of deadweight loss. What ends up happening is there's a free market equilibrium that you can see in the middle where the two lines intersect. And what a monopoly does is a monopoly will, this is talking about a price ceiling, but what a monopoly will do is it will increase the price. Can you guys see my cursor? I need to move this over. Okay, so this is what a price ceiling does, is it forces the price to be lower than it is on the supply curve, so we are undersupplying the good. With the price ceiling, what will end up happening is instead of being the free market price here, this will be the price. And these two yellow cells, this is the deadweight loss to society. So these are people who would have, these are sellers that would have been able to sell. There are more sellers that would have provided selling if the price was higher, and they are people who would have been willing to buy the things for a higher price if it were even if it were higher. And because those two can't happen, this economic exchange doesn't get to happen where there are sellers, there are buyers that are, here's the consumer surplus, right? These buyers don't get the value because there's maybe I should start over and talk about consumer surplus and producer surplus, but then I feel we're like starting at the beginning of everything. There are more consumers who would be willing to buy at a higher price. These consumers, because they cannot buy at a higher price, are not able to get the value of having purchased the good. And the sellers, the producers, are not willing to produce more of the good unless it were a higher price. if the cell were over here, if the producer value were over here, then this entire area would be blue, right? This entire area would be red, and this value would be captured. What you get when you are having a monopoly is the price is instead higher, and the goods are underproduced. So you instead would have, like, here on the demand curve, maybe, let's say, you would have the price be stuck down. No, wait. Let's find a graph for that. Let's just find one. Okay, so this might not even be the graph we want, actually. But instead of this being consumer surplus here, right, this becomes, this is, I want to explain this, but I don't want to spend 30 minutes explaining this. I'm just not going to explain this, unless, like, it's also not something I've explained in a long time, so I don't feel, like, comfortable trying to explain it in 5 minutes. I apologize to everyone. I apologize to the world, the stream, everything. I'm not prepared to explain dead weight loss. They called for his resignation because Democratic senators thought his candidacy was starting to threaten re-elections in 2 years, purportedly 30 Dems. Yeah, because the big donors stopped. They were like, whoa, whoa, whoa. It's worse in theory. The optimal thing is companies get very slightly more value than it costs them to invest and invent it. Well, if the deadweight loss to society is bigger than you being able to create that incentive through government funding, then you would not want to do that. If it were not bigger, then you would want to do that. Are they embargoing it? Oh, no, that's because we're at war. Oh yes, according to Generalist Gaming's 2024 Theory of Capitalism. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not my... it's not my theory. So we can't overcome that there. I mean, maybe we pass Parliamentary Republic. We also have just a ton of, we could just upset these guys, abdicate, pass Parliamentary, get rid of the rural folk for a little bit. That's probably actually the solution. So we have to make this movement insurrectionary, back down to it. I kind of want to get someone agitating for... Everyone's just going to agitate for this as well. I haven't seen anyone agitate for parliamentary over presidential in this situation, though. I don't know why they're doing it. Is it literally just the location on the thing? Because they're often indifferent. I think it's just the location, because it's closer to Council Republic, like in the user interface. God, that's insane. Because this is closer to this, and monarchy is closer to presidential. They'll agitate for monarchy to presidential, but council to parliamentary, because they're indifferent to both. I mean, we could start passing something they hate. They love monarchy, though. We can start passing autocracy, right? Slot out the Intelligentsia and the other guys. Start passing autocracy. They join the other movement. We abdicate. We curb them temporarily. Let's save before we do this. God, I'm still behind on the chat. Biden should do the abdication trick and throw his hands up. Give all the clout to the Republicans? I'm not sure that's the play. From Biden's perspective. Oh no. That's fine. We accidentally did the thing. Not the way we wanted to. So let's now try and pass autocracy. And then we want both these guys out of government. This will make this movement insurrectionary before we time out of our thing. I said it'll make it insurrectionary before. Perfect. It's insurrectionary. Now we can abdicate, resign from office, hands thrown up. We become parliamentary republic, importantly eliminating the loyalists, but also nuking the clout to reform the government. Oh God, please no. Stop passing this. Because we never wanted to pass it anyways. No one is insurrectionary. Perfect. We have to wait for these guys to not be insurrectionary to do the things. Unfortunately, we didn't get the trade unionists kind of going. Protectionist landowner, no thanks, dude. Why are you insurrectionary? Stop that. Stop it. Classic Intels so smart we can't even understand why they are so mad. It's truth hurts. Please explain what the incentive to innovate is, the infinite competition market when you have to pay money to get the innovations. I feel like I did this. I feel like I'm also really far behind chat, so I'm gonna just kind of scroll through. I definitely like kind of ranted about that like 20 minutes ago. I just realized how far behind I am in chat, so. You guys are like chatting up a storm today. I have to like change my strategy. Yeah, I am pretty far behind. I might just go down to being like, I'm skipping through a lot. What's this about? What? Why would Kabul start this? Bob's your uncle's like, you're all set. Jesus, I've been behind by so long that I'm reading the he's so behind messages now. Yeah, Bob's your uncle's reference to British nepotism, yeah. But it also means like, you're all set. There's nothing to worry about, right? Why would you even worry? Bob is your uncle. I forgot to give the children warning for the deadweight loss. I apologize. This is why your econ professor told you not to talk about economics with non-economic. Yeah, because I want to reference something, but then like in terms of explaining stuff, you always want to scaffold, and you don't want to just tell the person, "Trust me, bro." You want to like explain the base concept, and I do not feel like fluent explaining economics, like in terms of talking about demand curves, even though I understand them and I could like look at it and be like, okay. And then like the problem is I have to keep talking in a coherent way constantly about the thing I'm explaining, because that's how explaining stuff works. And it's like I think we do want to get vassalization level 1 as our first thing, so we could stop having negative $1 million authority, though. Does that mean if you want theocrat, they'll want parliamentary? That might. Maybe, yeah. Bro, if that's like the meta for getting a parliamentary thing, then that's like a little crazy. I mean, we used a really important cooldown there with the abdication, but I think we just do this and then start passing what we want to pass here, which I think is commercialized agriculture, which they don't even super hate. We'll just give it another go. We should have passed like wealth over for census suffrage, but that's fine. Like, everyone's happy. Like, look at our loyalists graph. So good. Somehow we're also gaining loyalists. We'll just give them that. Oh no, I thought we sent someone here, bro. I mean, they're never ever enforcing on us here, which is kind of funny. I guess they're just parking fleets there to try? Oh, maybe they actually can beat that out eventually. Let's just move more troops there just in case. Because we would rather not give up Guangdong, right? I don't think we'll have to, though. Not confused. He is saying the malice of the monopoly, aka the deadweight loss, is bigger than the value brought from innovation, then it isn't worth it. Yeah, that's like kind of exactly what I'm saying. But it's like, it's actually a numbers question. But I'd rather see the government like tax people and then do the government like pay private firms to invent the thing, than like necessarily see the government let the private firms charge whatever they want. I think in practice would be more effective. Does resigning from office work is the same as abdicate? Yeah, it's just a different cooldown. I win a monopoly over a monopoly. Like Hasbro. Chad is growing faster than he's reading. He doesn't need to read everything. Yeah, I've started not reading everything. Also streaming over more than YouTube. I am on Twitch as well. I'd like to see Japan run one of these streams. We could maybe do that. Well, we were planning on doing a Japan run. We were going to do Jewish Japan, but I don't know if we do it on stream or on video. But we have like, we're behind now 2 runs. Okay, we can see. What's this? White piece? We'll accept that. Because we don't have anything to gain from there. Kind of don't like white piece there, but I guess they got wrecked. Okay, well, I guess we're fine with white piece. So we will soon have peace in our time. Trying to get recognition as Qing, but there are only 4 great powers. You just have to get good relations with one of them and then enforce a bunch of war goals on another. Let's do that. Theocracy can't abdicate or resign. Oh, that's interesting. What are the 4 best principles for the trade block? It depends on the phase of the game and what you have going on. There's no like 4 best principles that are like universally best principles. Advanced research has to be one of them. I actually am not as bullish on advanced research as a lot of other people. It depends what your goal in the game is, right? But like, I think if you're trying to maximize GDP by end date, that is, advanced research is really not that useful. And if you're like, if your goal is to, like, if you're playing multiplayer competitive and like it actually really matters that you get the military techs faster, then advanced research becomes a lot better. But it really depends on your goal. It's Jover, bro. It's Jover for Joe. Who's the demo candidate now? Joe did not, in his in his bowing out from the campaign, he did not outline who the candidate would be. I don't think it's his place, it's the convention's place. The convention has a process for determining it. I think it's probably going to be Kamala. And by I think it's probably going to be Kamala, I've already put money on it being Kamala, with the expectation that Biden is, there's a situation where he doesn't become the candidate. I think it's pretty unlikely that neither of them. I think it's unlikely that it's someone other than Kamala. Although now that Biden has resigned, it's like much. I previously bet on it being either Biden or Kamala. I still think it's over 50% chance that it's Kamala. Probably improve relations with them. God, this is coming down so slow. One of the problems is we're not, I mean, we could have tried to get inside Britain's thing. I don't think there's any way with our pop size that they would have been able to generate enough leverage over us, though. We have way too much pop. We have over 200 million pops. No shot. In Vicky terms, the demo's momentum got minus 30%. I think they have plus %. People are going to be like involved and like wanting to be informed and like talking and like this type of stuff. I think the Biden stepping aside is good for them. Yeah, I think it increases momentum. He's endorsing Kamala. I do not like Kamala, but I think it's going to be Kamala. That's a different thing. Oh, Biden's endorsing Kamala, you mean? CNN article claims he endorsed Harris. I think whoever Biden endorses, it's going to be them. I didn't know if he was going to endorse. I think if Democrats, I think Democrats should probably just, whoever Biden endorses should just go with them. Because you don't want this like infighting preceding the thing. I was thinking Biden was going to leave it to the process of the convention, but if he's just endorsing Kamala, then yeah. So basically Trump already won. I think Trump kind of won when he got shot. But I mean, the betting line was like 80% chance Trump wins, and I didn't bet on Trump with that betting line. So I guess I think Trump loses at least 25% of the time. Like, I don't think it's a done deal. People, like, I think about the, like, results in super, like, binary ways where they, like, think it's, like, this person, like, clearly wins. And I don't usually think it's ever that clear. Do something like that. Put in a lot of wood. That'll depeasant a lot of people. We have the government admins kind of covered. Protect hurting them. We have a nice looking market in terms of like cosmetic. It's not necessarily the best place for us to go for right now, especially without us actually having the colonial things. We actually really shouldn't have spent any infamy on anyone but recognized countries, but we should have actually just puppeted some of these boyos over here. That was actually a huge mistake going for this, but it makes our map look a little nicer. I don't hate it. That is a lot of infamy. That is such a big chunk of infamy. What the hell? Why is that so much? What are your populations like? I'm just used to the UK run, I guess, where we yeah, okay, we also don't have this yet. Multilateral alliances. Maybe we get that next. Maybe this is better. Why does it get stuck on this friggin... What map mode is even? This is the pop map mode. If we hover the pop map mode, just okay. Kamala has the expensive taste trait. Chat's about to get unruly. Harris is a man-hater. World needs someone that's strong character but also humble. Harris is far from humble. Okay, if you're gonna talk about not being humble though, and we could vote for Trump or we could vote for Harris. Who is more humble of the two? I mean, I hated Harris in the I've never at any point liked Harris. I thought in the primary the only thing that she performed well on was the one time she zinged Biden, and that's why Biden nominated her, so he could kind of get over that hump. That's like the only, like, she had one good debate performance and only one moment in that debate performance that was good. And those are just making Biden look bad. But that's a separate conversation on whether or not I think she'll be the one. Okay, so I guess our next kind of step is we want to get someone who is cautious. So, we want to invite someone with the cautious trait who I guess... I mean, literary would be kind of okay. But we prefer cautious. Although, if we just, like... Yeah, we're just gonna stall out. There's no way we pass this without any debates left. We're just gonna come in here and see. Oh, shoot. It's because our guy's a radical. He doesn't... Homeboy, don't play that. This has been such an interesting run where we've just been absolutely, like, trapped by our rural folk. I almost want to swap interventionism just so we can take all the stuff the UK has, but... How much infamy is it to force nationalization anyway? That's kind of a lot. A quarter of our GDP is owned by them. Maybe we should have fought harder for cooperative ownership. And Council Republic. I don't know. Oh, okay, we get the event. I guess we could take a vote here. Do we want to or actually, no, it's just correct for us to just do... Become India. There's actually, like, no choice here. Yeah, there's India. Well, there's the meme where we could form England and subjugate the UK, but I think we're just gonna form India here. Yeah, this isn't gonna be the Uber meme run. This is not the meme that was promised. Most predictions have the Dems winning at least 1/3 of the time. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. There are probably some states that will have Biden on the ballot. That'll be a problem, I think. Oh, this kills all of our generals. That's a thing. And he's replaced by a communist who's also a bigot. Well, we don't care about the radicals from discrimination. That's kind of cute, though. So now we have to actually have a little bit of a think. Well, I mean, we could go Council Republic. We have way more guys now. We have a feminist as well. So we could go this. The thing is what did that do anything with ownership? That'd be so savage if it also changes all the ownership and gets rid of all the British. I don't think that's what happened, but no, it's not what happened. I mean, the Intelligentsia don't even... Oh, we also lost the agitator too, bro. Let's go. The Intelligentsia won't even get insurrectionary. I think we could just pass it. Bro, it's time. It'll be just the Industrialists. Kinda sucks to lose the Industrialists this early. I'm so back and forth about this, because I actually also... We shouldn't have clicked the button. We should have thought more about clicking the button. Just trying to progress. We still want police, but we can't get it. Jesus. We still want colonization. We still can't colonize. Not like this. I'm gonna load and have a think. I don't think we want to start the line, and I don't think we want to actually... Yeah, I think we want to... I think we want counts. I think we want laissez-faire with the amount of peasants we have. We're gonna redo this. The best time for this decision was several months ago with the primaries. Yeah, I was disappointed that the Democrats didn't actually, or like they hush-hushed people out of it, so. Trump was going to win versus Biden, but now it's more in the air since we don't know how, if they could send a strong candidate. Well, I'm assuming if Biden's, I mean, I would be shocked. If Biden endorsed Kamala, I'd be shocked if it was anyone other than Kamala. God, it sucks that this is failing. I saw a simulation of the shooting, and if he didn't shake his head, he was dead 100%. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's because he turned his head. I also think, like, well, not to be dark, but, like... No, I'm not gonna... Well, the shooter, like... If your goal... I'm glad the shooter missed, and I didn't want him to, like... I don't want... I don't like Trump. I don't want him to get assassinated. But if the shooter was like trying to do that, he shouldn't have been aiming for the head. You just like aim for center mass. But I'm glad he aimed for the head. Because then Trump just turns the head. No matter the candidate, it's a plus that neither is Biden or Trump. Yeah. Make sure you guys stay civil if you're gonna, like, talk about politics, though. No one said anything crazy, but, like, I'm just saying in the abstract. Because this does seem like a topic, like, people want to, discuss. I like advanced research early game to get some key society text and then abandon it later. I think that, it is... The point at which it's good is actually you slot it in, and then you do your ahead of time research, and then you slot it out when you do your catch-up research, and you oscillate between having it on and off, and whether or not it's good determines on how quickly you can generate mandate. Because I think it's bad if you're not doing ahead of time research. I think it's just like really bad, and I think it's okay if you're doing ahead of time research. So we're gonna get all new generals we know, and all new, like, leaders. Eventually when this kicks off, the end of British rule. Okay. Birth of India. Oh, we get replaced with a different guy this time. We get replaced with an anarchist. Let's do the... That's like not as good a situation, but we're just gonna play from this. I think we're gonna go... Hopefully this guy doesn't become insurrectionary. We're gonna try and go women's suffrage. All of our generals are dead. So we could try and do stuff, and I think it exiles all of our agitators too. So we can invite an agitator right now to decide what the agitation movement will be. We really don't want protected speech. We would love elected bureaucrats. We kind of don't mind this guy. Well, other than he's going to oppose the communism. But I don't think we want communism anyway. I think the anarchist is maybe a bit of a problem for us. Let's see if there's a careful guy. No. Or cautious, rather. I think we don't like any of these invites. God, that sucks. Oh, these guys just absolutely want protected speech. We really kind of hate doing protected speech. Yeah, we really don't want to do it because then we can't exile people. Is this a bug? Why does this guy like protected speech? Wait, actual what the hell? Why was he joining the... Okay. We actually like don't want to pass this. So if we roll an anarchist, actually we might just have to go back to Council Republic. God, this is so rough. How long until Persia's the pretty color? I don't know if they do it. I don't put on airs. Trump just once told the journalists. Yeah, I don't know about that. 20 generals died at once because we formed India. They were British. They got ejected. But button clicking feels good. Yeah, I mean, we could manipulate clout by recruiting a whole bunch of generals. Got a lot of communists. But this is just like this massive thing, huh? So many people supporting this movement too. We just like don't want this to be a movement. And I think what we have to do is we just have to go Council Republic again. God, that feels so derpy. Because these guys are gonna leave the government. They're gonna get mad. And then they're gonna leave the government for protected speech. We really don't want protected speech. I think we just have to do this. Oh, that feels so bad. I mean, the plan is still Council Republic and stay capitalism, but We'll want to promote that guy up later, but we're going to clear through and get a couple of rural folk guys in some spots. So that the rural folk have a little bit more... I'm not sure we want actual communists, though. Guys dislike, so it doesn't matter. Guys really dislike, so it doesn't matter. But we're looking to give them a % modifier. That's going to make them a little bit more powerful here. I think we prefer the communist to anarchist. Anarchist is a really terrible ideology once you get multiculturalism. Because they just kind of dislike a bunch of stuff. We don't have a popular rural folk right now, so... We'll leave this guy in there, because we do not want to empower them right now. Bro! Where'd you go? I miss you so. Feels like it's been forever that you've been gone. There we go. Council Republic should pass pretty quick. One of the problems is if people are outside of government, they're going to get -10 approval. Until we get vassalization level 1. I don't think Harris automatically becomes the candidate. She still has to get through... I think it would be crazy for the DNC to, like, try... I think there's a process that's required. Like, the delegates still have to vote for her, but I think it would be a little bit insane for the person who's the running mate of the person who was rightfully elected not getting it. Alright, we still have to manipulate the cloud of the rural folk up more. I never thought I'd live to say that. Is one of these guys really unpopular? We don't want to promote one of them and then have them... Yeah, this guy's really unpopular. But if someone's really unpopular, then you don't have to worry about them getting a trait that was going to make them popular when they have a bad ideology. Like, this guy's somewhat... Promote him a couple times. Also, it's nice for us to get a general in every army. Anyways. Yeah, just to be clear though, we're recruiting a generals for the purpose of clout, not because we actually care about the generals right now. Because we need this to be under 89. Let's come down a little bit. This law will also pass real fast, so... And then we have no agitators, which means... but they're still agitating for protected speech. Bro, stop it. Just join the other movement. Get out of here. Cabbage. Is it just bugs? I feel like they're not supposed to all be supporting protected speech there. What's the point of becoming India if you already have multiculturalism? The other two are just bad. Giving a bunch of land to our subjects is bad. I guess we could have annexed all of them and done that, but we would have wanted to do that before we got independence, and then also gaining 20% radicalism everywhere is bad. He was busy complaining about immigration that moment. It saved his life. Food for thought. I think it's important not to mix up correlation and causation. The question is, who's Harris's VP pick? Yeah, that's what I want to know. And I think that energizes kind of the Democratic base / considerations, at least for a little bit. I think we don't actually want the UK mad at us, but we also have like 0 Diplo to work with. Oh, maybe we weren't supposed to annex our subjects as aggressively as we did. Maybe mistakes were made. Maybe we should have done... Oh, we had to be at peace for doing this. Yeah, okay, fair. I'm gonna do that now. We're gonna need more rural folk generals. We're gonna probably leave that 25 popularity anarchists on the table as long as we can. God damn it, there's two of them. They have the same things. Yeah. In theory, we're supposed to recruit the older one, I guess, because they're more likely to die sooner. Do we just get another anarchist that's ambitious? When will the madness end? Again, recruiting these guys to lower this below 89. Technically, there's a plus 20 event, but the plus 20 event's really rare. God, why? I think we should promote communists over anarchists. Actually. Hopefully this guy doesn't get a popular trait. Again, though, we can pass this pretty quick, so maybe we're just worrying a little bit too much here. Is Trump petite bourgeoisie interest group? Probably. Trump might be landowners, I don't know. Maybe industrialists, actually. Maybe even Intelligentsia. That sounds weird for me to say, but the mech Q9, thank you for the follow, big dice. I think is more Trump's stuff is more about public performance than it is actual business. So I don't know how to classify that entertainment thing. I mean, now he's like a politician, but all the politicians are politicians. Yeah, maybe PV just makes sense. Mine is like the 000 ruler for England in the EU4 start. Biden's just like old is the problem. More than anything. We're not close enough to a bankroll to get that through. Are if agitators join any rural folk movement even if they don't themselves support it? Got it. God, this is up to 97. Bruh. Maybe we shouldn't have recruited that guy yet, I don't know. I mean, I do know we shouldn't have. Again, just trying to manipulate clout, but the problem is they already have like an enormous amount of clout that's like not gonna get really solved by the thing, so. They really hate laissez-faire, but I don't know. That's probably gonna be our next guy. This guy's cautious. I mean, maybe we could play around that, to be honest. The problem is if they roll cautious, they're not going to have the other trait. They roll like a military trait and other trait, so if you have cautious, you're not going to have something that makes you popular. So I actually don't think we could roll a popular cautious guy. We're not promoting him all the way because we do want to be able to exile him without it like just really hurting, but we kind of really don't want to get a guy who's imposing in charge. So we're actually going to retire this guy. Promote the bigot. Alright, so this should drop. Let's see how much it drops. 89, okay. Maybe gotta manipulate a little bit more, but... This guy is cautious, so we do not mind if he becomes the general eventually. I don't think we're gonna exile him. We're gonna promote him a couple times too. We can keep this number under 89. Perfect Boobs says Biden was actually a decent president. I always look to Perfect Boobs to tell me which president was best. Truly, it's the best way to decide. I think he did all right, but I also like. I think that's more of a cabinet thing than necessarily like Biden actually just like doing a whole bunch, which is maybe unfair, but maybe it's not. I also think like. A lot of people strongly disagree with you. I think that one of the problems is that... So, like, the main reason Trump lost in 2020 is because of COVID. If COVID never happens, Trump probably wins re-election because the economy was doing great before then. And that's, like, a huge driver. And then a lot of the fallout from COVID still happening on, like, Biden's watch, including the inflation. Like, the US outperformed, like, every other country in, like, the G8 on inflation. You know, most Western countries. I think China's currently experiencing deflation, which is probably correlates with our inflation, right? The notion that Biden somehow single-handedly caused all the inflation is, like, insane. And presidents often get blamed or punished for stuff that they're really not responsible for. Reckless is a bad trait to have on a leader as well. Kind of using up a bunch of slots here too, aren't we? Just trying to keep this low. On the low. Especially with Tory 3, I didn't have to wait until fairly late game to get the socialist stuff like the cooperative ownerships. Yeah, well, I wish the game just generally ran like later, but you can get cooperative ownership relatively early, still. Like you can get it in the 70s if you rush it. Laissez-faire is great, but I want to control more than 25% of the construction. You should actually not want to control that much. The amount of control you have is actually very similar under laissez-faire versus something like interventionism in terms of nominal control. You just build more construction is the response. How you approach that? So anticlimactic us not taking over the block, though. I kind of feel bad about that. Turns out the dictatorship of the proletariat farmers was mainly dictating you. Yeah. Fort Minor. Good band. Gavin Newsom? No. To be running mate? Oh my god. We look away for like 2 seconds and we get like this hypercritical thing. Bruh. You could just try and race it. So obnoxious. We're in this weird, like, reactionary back and forth thing that's, like, a little bit annoying. Alright. We're gonna get aggressive about promoting guys. This guy doesn't have bad traits. He doesn't have bad ideology. This guy's got kind of a bad ideology, no bad traits, though. Wrathful, does this give minus... Wrathful's not what we're into. Guy's got kind of a good trait. He is popular, though. We'll leave him. Guy's defensive strategist. Wrathful we kind of don't like. This guy's already popular because he's ambitious. Guy's disliked anyways. Reckless is bad. I think we promoted everyone. No, not this guy. Alright. Now we've approached everyone. What's this gonna look like? Only -6. Rough. Rough. So let's start at the bottom here. Innovative and diplomats, not too bad. We're gonna promote. Just once, so we can fire him if we need to. We're gonna promote this guy once. He does have a bad trait, so we'll not do it too much. This guy will promote. He's popular, so we'll just promote him once in case we gotta get rid of him. Reckless is bad. This guy's likely to be the next ruler anyways. But we might want to get rid of him because he's popular. This guy's unpopular. This guy's cautious. We will never ever have a problem with this guy being the leader of the group. Is also cautious. Again, never ever have a problem with him. Corporatist, I think we actually overall like the ideology. Everyone else is full promote. I think that's not even going to get us, yeah, under 100. Oh, the lack of police is so brutal on this too. Oh, I think we just need to rev here. Oh, can we beat this revolution? Probably. Oh, yeah, I think we just have to beat the rev. I don't think... I wish we didn't recruit so many guys if that was going to be our plan. Alright. I just think we're going to let it happen. We're going to save here, actually, where we still have some semblance of agency. We already took the treaty port from them, from Portugal. Landowners and Industrialists are pretty overlapping these days. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, is that the distinction between the two is... I was thinking, like, he's more ideologically conservative, or he presents as being more ideologically conservative than he does profit maximizing, in my opinion. And so that's why I was thinking about landowner being more appropriate. But the ownership class, the distinction between industry and like land is like non-existent. In fact, there's like really not many. Yeah, maybe it's probably industrialist. We're just gonna rev instead of also trying to micro this. Is Council Republic good? It's okay. I mean, the main reason you go Council Republic is because you are trying to go cooperative ownership, but that's not what we're trying to do right now. We actually kind of prefer it right now. Well, first of all, these guys will rev if we don't do it. The rural folk is just about to rev, and there's maybe another way we could do stuff, but I think we're just going to do it this way. But second of all, it is actually pretty nice to give the trade unions political strength. The problem is it actually makes a lot of people mad at you. But one of the reasons people are mad at us is because we're floating negative authority to the like absolute extreme, which we're not going to be the case once we can add vassalization 1, but we're not there yet, so yeah. We're gonna kind of skim through some of the stuff. Trump industrialist, ethno-nationalist, maybe? Please no hurt. No, I don't think he would be an ethno-nationalist. I mean, I think Trump is, yeah. I don't think that would be what he would be. I don't think, yeah. I think the thing is like, Trump is like more an opportunist than anything. And I think he leans into the ethno-nationalist looky stuff, let's say, out of a motivation that is based in opportunism than ideology. It's so sick because we're so close to passing it and the movement goes away if we pass it. This is your brain on like zero police, but also revving will help us to get rid of some radicalism, so. Just playing pressure for this first time, would you say that your 1.5 pressure is still mostly accurate? Yeah, most of the stuff that's like really important is, well, actually, Austria starts friendly with you, so it's a little bit easier in that sense. It's probably mostly accurate. I'm not sure because I don't remember what all is in it. The U.S. put itself more into debt when COVID came. Well, the biggest, if you want to talk about creating a massive deficit, the deficit increased like a ton on, well, like, yeah, a ton with Trump, but also, yeah, when COVID came specifically, it was also like really enormous one. Debt is like weird to evaluate though, because it's not necessarily bad. I think this amount is probably bad, but debt in the abstract isn't like bad. Well, maybe in the abstract's bad, but not always bad. Might be most accurate. I'm just gonna get these to 51 here. God, we're just so close to like. I just don't want to have like 15 million rural folk generals and like never be able to get them out from power. Plenty of white people are pro-immigration, but I'm yet to see a single white person buy a home in the foreign areas of town. I think if you live in a place where there's an areas of town thing, then like that means you live in a particular type of place. I guess a lot of, maybe it's not that you live in particular, I guess a lot of places are kind of like that, but like also, we need to get a little bit more, oh wait, everything's all messed up. We're not going to fix the numbers at this point. We're going to, because we're fighting the ref, yeah. God, this is going to be a hot mess. I do think that people naturally do segregate themselves, so I agree with like the point you're making, the overall point. People generally tend to be around their races more. This is this desire and this tendency is significantly reduced if you have people, if you are raised amongst other races, like if you're not just raised in a homogenous thing. So like the a big problem is like regarding how you view race is significantly affected by how you were like brought up. Hey, we get a movement for Council Republic and we're placating it. Poggers. Hopefully no one sways in, tries to wreck us, because we are pretty vulnerable here. US is always putting itself into debt, and when they hit a debt ceiling, and when they raised the ceiling instead of doing anything about it, they did that like twice in 2 years or something. They've been doing it longer than that. Perfect boobs. This has been a thing for like longer than that. But like also if your debt, it's not, so it's the case that they actually are proportionally increasing the size of the debt, but you can also increase the debt size repeatedly and have it be a nominal increase without it having be a proportional increase. But that's not what's going on. They're just like increasing it. But like the time to not do that is like when you're deciding on the spending, rather than like when you're actually raising the debt ceiling. I think we have most of the engines here in where we are anyway, so. Fair. I think we win this. Heirs dumb and build steel mills in strange places when steel is not profitable. Kinda. Lost how many times government forms switches. Wasn't he already calling me? Yeah. We switched and then we swapped back and now we're switching again. But also notice we're revving, so we were trying to do stuff without revving, and it just became not tenable. But this is gonna get rid of a huge chunk of our radicals, so. Because everyone who's radical in these states is gonna not be radical anymore. Technocrat twice. Did we really do Technocrat twice this run? Have you seen that you can still reduce autonomy the old way through the macro builder? Yeah, but I mean maybe that's a better way for us to do it. No matter who wins the election, no one's gonna be happy. True. Remember it's 50, not 51? Yeah, I hate that it's changed. Or I don't hate it, but like, it's a vibe, huh? Let's do that. So we 100%. It's nice that this movement came around because there's a lot of pops supporting this. So when we pass this, we're gonna get a lot of loyalists / decrease in radicals. So I'm pretty sure the supporting pops are all like, yeah. Us having like no police for like forever has been just like a weird vibe. Definitely want to get on a commercialized agriculture. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it following all this. We'll see when the industrialists come back. Or onto a voting system that's not... Well, the problem is the anarchist is too strong. Is this the India... Yeah, I guess it is. Now, if there was a cautious guy here, we would invite him. There's not, but there is a literary guy. Also, ambitious is decent, so we could promote this guy to government. Could also go cooperative ownership. I kind of like the Industrialists. Do you guys just want to go cooperative ownership, though? We don't have a setup that's, like, really, like, such that we don't want to not go it or something in terms of our goal. Maybe we actually pull this for... We might pull this on YouTube. Maybe we look to outro the stream, but we're going to put up the poll anyways, but I mean in a community poll. And then I'm going to catch up on chat, and then I think we're going to conclude this stream. Or at least after we finish this rev up, I suppose. So let's reduce the speed. How would you build Teddy Roosevelt's trust busting in the game as devs? I would have, I think, I've said for a while that I think that there should be, like, an unbridled laissez-faire and a, like, neoliberal laissez-faire. And they should just have, like, two versions, to, like, for Teddy Roosevelt's trust busting type of thing. Starting as dynamic, are you in favor of going interventionism or laissez-faire first? Probably laissez-faire. The thing is, interventionism is good if you're going to take foreign investment, I think. This is kind of the conclusion I've started to draw about this type of thing, so... Are you taking foreign investment? We get Red Army, which is a vibe. Debt ceiling is a silly concept anyways. Yeah, that's kind of what I think. I think it's stupid. I think when you commit to spending stuff, that's when you should decide how much you're going to spend. And the fact that it's, like, used to hold, like, the government hostage, like, multiple times, like, every 2 years or whatever is just, like, insane to me. And, like, disgusting. I don't know. Like, when you vote on the spending, it's like when you decide on the spending. That's, like, always really bothered me. How much construction do IRL countries have right now? A lot, especially China. Is US technocracy fun? I think technocracy is kind of underwhelming in general. At 18, I earned 120 a day. At 40, I earned 160 a day, but prices have gone up 1,000% since then. Yeah, that's definitely a vibe. I think medium buying power in, like... Because I think you're in the UK, right? If you're using pounds. Medium buying power has just been absolutely crushed in a lot of places. In the US as well. We'll throw that in to win that war. Did they conscript up and we didn't? Not like this. I mean, it looks like we're pushing. I don't know how we're pushing. Just looking for people who have traits that are defensive or whatever. And looking to have a defender and a pusher in every army. This guy should just be a different army. We'll leave him. Guess we'll get it with the big armies at least. We're gonna be able to push out Antara pretty quick here. Guess we're looking in okay shape. How much construction would IRL countries have now in Vic 3 terms? Well, one of the problems is, like, GDP is, like, a weird abstraction in the game because it doesn't, like, actually correspond to, like, IRL GDP, if I recall correctly. And it's not, like, supposed to really that tightly. Because, like, there's also no inflation in the game. Area's gone from fairly nice to crackheads everywhere. Feels bad, man. We hate it when there are crackheads everywhere. And the high streets are ransacked by homeless shoplifters every morning. That sucks. Great Britain's had a time in the past 150 years. They, like, or 200 years, I guess. They, like, trajectory catapult to the very top, and then they, like, drop off really hard. The biggest empire that's ever been in the history of the world ever. And now, like, the UK is... I guess what's happening in one area of the UK is, like, not indicative of the entire country, but, like, also, like, the UK of the world stage is not, like, anywhere near what they were, like, in the time period of the game. What non-stream playthroughs do you currently have underway? I just finished recording the UK one. I still need to start recording on a couple runs. I think I'm going to do 1 or 2 episodes of Ethiopia. And then start recording the beginner Spain run, and then following that we have a Finland run. I wanted to be ahead on the polls for where we're gonna play, but then I get stressed because then I'm like, oh, but we're supposed to play this country. And it's like, we're actually, like, losing right now. Is this real life? Where's the capital anyways? It's probably Delhi. Yeah, it's always Delhi. What can we do different here? We're not doing currently. Because it actually feels like we might lose this. I mean, if it's status quo, so you win, if it's a rev, but you could also just defend front everywhere instead of actually trying to push. Can't because they're doing a landing, but they won't defend against landings properly. I guess we have this 30 stack there. I don't know how we've pushed in despite having, like, a disadvantage on the fronts. That's, like, one I find kind of a little bit amusing. Surprised to see a rev that's not the whole country. Yeah, we didn't have that much radicals. We just, like, were kind of stuck in on what was going on. I think this landing gets in instantly, right? Because they don't have anyone defend, or they have one guy defending, like, actual one. It's kind of actually, if you're gonna have basically no defense, 1 is actually so much better because it takes forever to land through 1 relative to 0. We can buy it from France? What? I don't think we can buy it from France. That's crazy talk. We'll just keep landing here. I don't think we're making, like, any progress actually trying to push, though. God, just, like, mono-anarchists, what the hell? rid of that malice. To be fair, I think our mobilization options, we haven't updated this forever, if at all. Yeah. Which is not going to be good for us on the short term, but... That's tobacco. Shoot, we've been activating tobacco. No, we haven't. We have on some, but not a lot. Alright. Perfect. I think we also have a lot of the ownership of the buildings, so... God, why do they have such a big advantage? I don't understand why they're, like, wrecking us so hard. We had more troops going into it. I mean, now they have more troops. They've just full conscripted, and we've just... They full conscripted really early and we didn't. Yeah. Truth hurts. But if we just status quo out for forever, this is good for us. Still can't reduce autonomy on Persia. RIP. Your generals, could you explain for dumb people how two-party political system is somehow a democracy? I mean, if someone were to insist that America was an oligarchy and not a democracy, I wouldn't argue the point. I still think it counts as democracy, but it's like, it's not. It's close. Is it more parties, more democracy rules should work, while two parties one step above a dictatorship? Well, I wouldn't just say it's one step above a dictatorship, because there's, like, accountability in this type of thing. It's, like, it's definitely a different thing, but, like, I just always think of the episode of South Park where they have to vote between a giant douche and a turd sandwich. I think we have to switch everyone to defense. This actually, we might just be getting like a little bit doughy-eyed and complacent here. This is actually really dangerous. This might kill the run. Now they can merge. The problem is, I think Citizens United. I mean, like, I'm a single issue voter on the basis of Citizens United. I think that the money in politics is a very, very significant issue, and I think that corporate interests donating to both the DNC and the RNC is why we have like our current systems. UK minor power? No, they'd be at least a major, right? Maybe they're a minor, actually. Will you swap to mainly EU5 content when the game launches? I will probably play whatever I just get the most views for, to be honest. I like Victoria 3. I like Victoria 3 a lot. Victoria 3 is really fun. I've played, in the past, like, 4 weeks, I've played, like, 250 hours of Victoria 3. Because of the release. I'm a little burnt out on Victoria 3. If I were playing just the game I thought was most enjoyable for me to play at a given time, it would not be Victoria 3 right now. Although I love the new patch, I've also played... I got the patch like 10 days before everyone, right? or a little bit more than 10 days. So, like, my guys. Yeah, we're just on defend mode, so I don't think that... Oh my god, can they push into us? Oh wait, hold up. Put everyone on defense. The channel grows, then EU5 problems, Vic 3 gets stale pretty fast. No, well, like, but also that's where what all my viewers are here for, right? So they're pushing into us. I think we are able to defend, right? Oh, Jesus. If we're not, that's actually maybe a problem. We have some occupation on them. We have some ticking on them. God, I flubbed the start of the war. I apologize, guys, if this actually breaks the run. I wasn't paying close enough attention to how, like, dangerous this war was. It visually didn't look that dangerous. Yeah, they just conscripted everything up. The AI is like... It's because we had conscripts assigned. If you have conscripts assigned, the AI actually uses them. If you don't, the AI doesn't. And the fact that we had a rev with a bunch of conscripts assigned means that the AI, like, does the thing. Can't think of a better man to do EU5 guides than generals. I appreciate that, but I imagine the EU4 guys are probably going to be better, at least initially. It's been a while since I've been in the EU4 streets. Obi focuses on what he enjoys. Yeah. I mean, I think with the size I'm at and the fact that I'm trying to, like, do this for a living and I'm, like, on the smaller side, I just have to do whatever gets me the most views in terms of what games I play. Like, obviously I'm not gonna significantly, like, compromise my morals or something like that over, like, views, but... Or that's, like, my attitude towards it, but, like, also, what game I play is not, like, some weird kind of compromise. Britain just subjugated northern Italy in your game? That's probably a pretty penny on the infamy front. Yeah, so it looks like we win just by defending here, but it's gonna be a long... This is one of the rougher civil wars I've played out in a while. This is going to be really big for us. Now we're not running negative infinite on that. It's not going to matter just yet, but once the civil war is over, it will. I think they're also going to go bankrupt here. Unless they deleted... Actually, they probably deleted, like, all our construction. But they can tick below 0 and we can't, so... This is one of the ways they resolved the infinite forever wars, so we just have to hold tight here. To run these in Necromancer. Oof. I think all the EU4 YouTubers will flock to it, so there'll be competition. Yeah, the big reason I think why I took off initially in Vic 3 with what I was doing, which like was much slower quality than what I'm doing now, because I would just play and just upload like a gameplay and I'd kind of talk over it. The big reason is because the Victoria 3 space was just super empty. It's not like there's a bunch of Victoria 2 content creators that just ported over and they just filled the void. There was just like an actual void, and there was like no content, except for what people released like the week of release or whatever. All the content creators who crossed over and then went back to what they were doing. So it being super empty is what allowed me to do that. Now, like, if I do something other than like Vic 3, like I get like 10% of the views or something, which I'm not blaming anyone for. Like if I subbed to someone because I wanted to watch Vic 3 content and then they do something other than Vic 3, I'm just not going to watch them, right? Like I'm just trying to explain like why it's unlikely I play the other game. Barca, thank you for the follow. And I could just try and force EU5, right? But a lot of the EU4 content creators are just actually better at making content than me. Like they have better editing, they do scripts and like this type of stuff. Their content's cleaner, and I think part of why I'm doing well in Vic 3 is also volume. So the people who want to watch a lot of stuff, I have a lot of stuff, and also the tutorials. The volume's becoming less relevant because there's becoming more and more Vic 3 content creators. So I've been thinking about adjusting what I'm doing to, instead of doing like 7 to 10 videos a week, doing like 2 videos a week or something like that, and actually try and like edit them through quite a bit. But I don't know. People won't want that because the people who want that have already self-selected out of watching my stuff. But like for overall more long-term growth, that might be better. This has been something I've been thinking about. Yeah, these guys are almost done. They're also starting to lose battles now. Two-party system is democracy because the parties are not static. They're coalitions of different interest groups, and some of them could switch sides. Yeah, the problem is that right now they're like monolithic. If you look at like from 30 to 40 years ago, a politician would have positions on different topics that didn't just toe party line 100% of the time. The problem now is that politicians 100%, or not 100%, but like you get what I'm trying to say, is they toe party line on everything. So you used to have like pro-choice like Republicans and like pro-life Democrats, for example, and now you just don't have that. Yikes. This is actually just like scarily close. Okay. They deleted down a lot of construction. Pretty sure their buildings are still owned by the UK, right? Or I've been misinformed. Yeah, so the UK still owns a lot of these buildings. New South Wales. Do they? Yeah, almost all of them are owned by the UK. So the big benefit of us going communist is just seizing ownership of a quarter of these buildings from the UK. Bro, what if we're supposed to go communist and then swap back? That's probably what we're supposed to do. We're probably supposed to go communist and then switch the leaders and then go laissez-faire. Dude, big brain. This guy's got cancer, so I don't know if we can rely on him. We would need a... We could go... The problem is that our most popular guy is a communist. We would need a popular guy who didn't care. Was not a communist or an anarchist, which is like kind of all of our rural folk guys. I think we had a couple guys that were not that though. So we would need to go... Or if we could find a protectionist rural folk, we could go cooperative ownership, seize control of everything, banish the guys, then take everything back. Bro, that seems like a vibe, huh? You've played about 400 hours and have yet to get to the end of the game. The end of the game's kind of rough. EU5 incorporates so many ideas from Vic 3 that it's like Vic 4. It's also just in like a different time period. It stretches way longer. Like, I would prefer like way longer campaigns than like... I'll say like one of the problems with Vic 3 is that like the scope is also just super small. I don't know. The games are shorter. Something like that's probably fine. We have a ton of government admins in the queue. I think we're gonna just get through the last of chat, and then we're going to see if we can host anyone on Twitch. Yeah. Joined the channel because the content was awesome. For such an in-depth game, it requires someone with a brain to explain. That's not me. rather than an entertainer. Not that you aren't entertaining. Damn, the truth hurts. We got accused of having a brain and not being entertaining in the same sentence. Might as well just say, see you, nerd. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. People only watch for the loud car? Yeah, that's actually the truth. Loud car carries. I actually wonder if that's... Since it's like a meme, I wonder if like... I wonder if that's like what people actually... Like if people actually like that loud car stuff. I actually take out a ton of clips because of like loud stuff happening outside. And so like... You guys get the edited version. I wish there was a Vic 3 1700 start date. Same. How come you didn't conquer Sikh? They're our subject. We would be getting on it eventually. We also have subjugated Persia. I was trying to go a little bit more subjugation heavy this run to try and test it out. Especially because we didn't have access to... Well, right now we don't have access to, what is it, Colonial Offices 3. So what we should be doing is if we go after anyone, it should be recognized countries. But I was thinking that we pay less upfront infamy, but also when we eventually annex the Sikh Empire versus conquering states off of them, by subjugating them now and then annexing them after we've gotten multilateral alliances and you know, all the other texts that give minus infamy generation versus unrecognized powers and this type of stuff, that overall it was much more infamy and efficient than like conquering them straight up. But like we've also been throwing everything we can at messing with Persia or getting control of Persia more so, and we can't get them to decay down. I think that interventionism is actually better for annexing subjects in this type of thing. So we might even go interventionism like temporarily. If we're going to go interventionism temporarily, we want to make sure we get our companies locked in, loaded for what we want though. So the idea is we pass this corporate governance, we go cooperative ownership and then back to interventionism. And then we have our companies slotted in anyways, and then with those companies, or with interventionism, when we invest in Persia, they can't buy the buildings that we built, which is something that we want to avoid. We don't want to build buildings and then have them be able to buy them, so... But the fact that we will seize a quarter of our ownership is like a really big deal. The endgame runs like garbage, and if you play a small nation, by the time you get the game going, it's almost over anyways. It kind of feels like this. I mean, like the one of the things I don't like is that I feel like I just do this every game, and to be fair, I could just play differently, but like this is actually like what's efficient. I don't know. Maybe I should just stop doing it. Also go after like Beijing every time. Did 100 million people die? Wait. No, it just hasn't updated. What do you think of the opening Qing with consumption taxes and deleting the government admins? I would have to take a closer look at this. My intuition is that it's not good, but my intuition could be wrong. I'm guessing that it's not good. Oftentimes when something's cute, it's not very good. You also, like... Well, you do have a lull period where, so, like, if you have someone where you need to pass a lot of laws, you actually don't want to, you don't want to, like, pass a lot of laws frivolously, and, like, passing an additional tax pass, like, seems kind of rough. But China specifically, it's not, you do not want to go proportional really early. But I think that you would, I think that you get to build, I think you just get to construct way more if you're, sorry. I think you, if you're on land-based taxation, I think you just get to construct way more than if you're on consumption-based taxation. And that consumption's just going to be better. Or sorry, land is just going to be better. The point of going to consumption-based taxation, right, is that you get to tax the rich specifically harder. But I think you just, like, prefer more construction and just making your pops pissed with China. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's probably bad. Yeah. Alright. It looks like someone says they're slowly learning. They want to get good at the game. They are streaming without a mic. They don't have a lot of viewers though. Let's give them a raid. You guys can backseat game, I guess, for them. Or the title implies that they're okay with backseat gaming. They are playing 23. And we will give the YouTubers the same link if they want to follow. Meow. That's a loud car, baby. And I will bid you guys adieu. Looks like you guys want a cooperative ownership. We might do a little bit of even sneaky next stream then. All right, bye bye to the YouTubers.